Apparently, I'm just on a roll of things I'm gonna regret lately. So here we are, or with another in the Souls-like genre. Because apparently, I just want to regret my life choices today. Now, couple points right out the gate for this one. I have played this before, but it was a good like 4 plus or minus years ago at this point. Something in that range. I think it was 2019 when I played this in co-op. We didn't finish it. I also remember like nothing. Like, see, you'll see that the file's been loaded up today. That's because I was using that as my audio balancing file. You can also tell that it's an old file because it has a very old name attached to it. We'll go and use controller. I do appreciate that it actually has a prompt there like, hey, which one do you want to use? Instead of taking the keyboard input and going, oh yeah, he wants to use a keyboard for the rest of his life now. They called us insane. Some called us evil. But to end the suffering in this world, a bold vision was required. The faith you vested in us will soon be rewarded. By whom? The pile of corpses? As you take your rightful place in the new world. That is a big old tank. Full of goop. Got some good news for you. That goop is us. We are a goop boy. Ta-da! We don't swim so good. You know, we just began to exist, so swimming's not really going to be expected yet. Alright. We have risen from the goop. It's time. It's time for us to learn to walk. There we go. I'm gonna touch it. The discomfort is only a temporary. Pond is ready to print. With an unused mind vessel, you can reprint your body and redistribute stat points as you wish. All character stats will be reset, your current body destroyed, and all actions transferred back to potential. Oh, I didn't actually know you could do that. Oh, that's good news. I did, however, I think break the intro dialogue by doing that. Oh well, he wasn't gonna tell us much. I want to say the discomfort being temporary was like the last thing they say anyway. You are too weak to continue. There we go. Use this injector to heal yourself. Boop. I know how to do basic functions. It took effect already. Yeah, as you might have gathered, red meter health, blue meter is energy, green meter is stamina. I remember messing with my head so bad that green was stamina. Because this was one of the first ones that I really had to worry about those meters in that had that color alignment other than like an Elder Scrolls game. And even then, more often than not, I didn't really pay attention to the meters in those. They, more often than not, just didn't matter. Oh, somebody got turned to dust here. What is this? Welcome to Irid Novo. We hope your trip or reintegration went well. If not, we encourage you to notify the health department immediately. All custom forms have been filled out for you automatically. Please enter your personal ID to claim your belongings. That, I believe, would have been how you get, like, extras if you, like, pre-ordered or such, probably. Oh, wait. I don't know. Nothing here, just clipping into it. I want to say at one point I actually managed to get something by inputting a bunch of random codes into there. But it took a really long time to accomplish anything. Oh, there we go. You'll also note that we have a dedicated jump button that I can just use freely, and it just drains stamina. So get used to me using that at stupid instances to get myself in trouble. Because that's definitely gonna happen. There's your jump button. They will be tutorializing me along the way. Don't be surprised if I only half pay attention to those. These are breaches. These are basically this game's bonfires. There is open matchmaking in this game. I will not be using it. Because I don't know anyone that still plays this, and I don't really feel like working with random yuts from down on the road somewhere. I can figure things out just fine on my own. As to what my setup's gonna be, I don't know. I'm just gonna kind of play it by ear as I go, probably, as I do. I had a very balanced setup on the previous file, and that was working. Basically just a case of I could use anything I wanted, as long as it wasn't a massively dedicated thing for that type. I wouldn't be surprised if I end up somewhere like that again. So I may only go for cognition or insight instead of both. Since they're both energy draining, I feel like that's actually counterintuitive to have both to a degree. Just beat up some more jerky men. Another fun fact, by the way, some of this is actually... I don't want to say it's randomly generated, but some of it is shuffled. Because I did 2 starting saves today before this one. One of them, out of the 3, had another man standing here. This guy's always here. But there's sometimes extra guys around in places... And if I remember right, it's tied to that cycle you see in the upper left there. Like, when it's glowing, I believe there's more enemies. It's lore explained at some point. I just don't remember the details on that. It has been too long, nor did I know it that well back then. Now, there's a lot of dudes down there. I don't really like our odds down there, but I don't think we have much of a choice. Funny story about one of the test starting files I did. I walked down here and immediately encountered a very powerful enemy and got obliterated. He is not here every time. I think I just happened to be wrong place, wrong time that particular starting setup. Yep. Opening move, just kick him in the dick. Hey friend, you've got a gun. You've got 2 guns. Oi, stop with the shooting at me. anything an enemy has, they can drop, from what I remember. So if you see somebody with something you like, just keep respawning and beating them over the head. Eventually, they might give in and give you what you want. Like, I believe we could grind that gun off of him. Like, one of the test files, I just kept getting the headgear off of one of these guys over and over again as I was messing around with things, making sure everything worked smoothly and sound was good and all of that. Because I used both the file with progress on it and 2 different starting files to test things over the course of the past, like, hour or 2. Which is why I'm only kind of half paying attention to what I'm doing in this intro bit, because, 1, it's not a very dangerous intro unless the time happens to be really bad, and 2, I've done it like 7 times in the past little bit of time here. Which also means, you know, I'm a little bit warmed up just to make sure that I don't make a complete ass of myself to start here. Now, if I tried to open this door, it sets off an alarm, which releases a couple more boys. If you do that without having killed anything in the room yet, boy, you would be in for a bad time. I know that from experience, because I had that very bad time. It also takes the door until the alarm stops to open. So it's not like you're skipping out on this whole shebang they had going on in here. You can, I think, ring around the rosy them enough to get that to open without dealing with them. But we need all the axioms we can get right now. Axioms being this game's equivalent of souls, as you might imagine. Huh. Yeah, these are like ladders. You can climb up and down these, like, magic rail things. INB vault key. I think when I played this originally, I was in too much of a hurry to get out of here, so I never actually got that. No. And if anybody is wondering, I do have the one piece of DLC this game has, the Blue Sun. I picked that up literally yesterday because as I was deciding whether I wanted to do this or not. I decided I may as well have the DLC so I have the 2-handed weapons and everything that are involved in that. I'm not sure if they'll be any good. I remember seeing less than ideal reviews for the DLC for reasons I don't actually know. And I'm not looking for people to answer that question, considering most likely the answers to those questions would lead to spoilers. Yeah, call for help all you want. You're dead now. I don't actually know how to get that open. I assume it opens from somewhere else, considering there's no switches near here. That just would make the most sense. Don't mind me as I just nose around here while we're in the nasty alignment. Because I believe when it's glowing up there like that, one set of circumstances kicks off, and then when it's in those 2 areas to the sides is when the entire piece glows, and that's when bad things happen. If you're thinking that a lot of my answers to this so far have been shortened and not all that descriptive, that's because most of it I don't really remember. I'm just telling you what my brain is kicking out for me based on memory. Let's go back up a little bit, because I think since we jumped down, we missed a couple things. Now that we've cleared out the worst of the rabble. would help if I make the jump, though, wouldn't it? There we go. Because there's a guy hanging out up there. Can I actually go back? Hey, come get me. Yeah, you. You with the shield up there. I might not be able to go back. Because that's where we... That ledge up there is where we came from. I think I was supposed to turn around and go in there if I was going to go in there. Well, actually, no. There's one way. Except I don't think I can do that anymore either. Yeah, because I can't take fall damage from here. I was just gonna chuck myself off because I died doing that before. Oh well. Oh well, we're leaving. Knowing the way I tend to play these, I'll find a way to die before we get too far anyway. Okay. This looks important. This looks like a diagram of where we are. Welcome. On Irid Novo, all nations of the Milky Way join together in harmony to strengthen the emboldening order that will secure our future generations. The Ministry wishes all dignitaries and diplomats very fruitful sojourn on board. That way, observatory. Down there, Arisen Dominion. That way, pond. Pond is where we came from. Find the architect. Welcome to the embassy. They don't joke around at the start here either. Those armor dudes are bad news. Like, I came here later on by accident when I was playing this co-op, and we got our asses beat by those armor dudes. So I'm willing to bet that if they find out that I'm in here, it's gonna be a problem. Are you two active? Doesn't seem like you're active. This also doesn't look particularly passable, though. Peace through the abyss. Darkness begins, light ends darkness. We summon you, devourer of souls. Oh, we can go in here. I think this is a boss fight, though, and I'm not ready for that, running around with no armor and wielding a stick. I could have swore that door was supposed to be open, but we'll just sneak our way this way. Doot, 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 doot. Not so stealthy, am I? Remember how I said they're bad news? Yeah. 2 hits. 2 hits, you're dead. Get used to seeing those guys, because they are bad times. This is also a game where I'm going to remember to actually raise my health a bit by comparison to certain other games that I've played. While we're here, let's make a quick rundown of the stats. Health is obvious. Energy is your magic, basically. You end your ammo. Recharged by hitting things. Stamina's obvious. Load is obvious. Strength, good for heavy stuff. Reflex, fast stuff. Cognition is your firearms, which may not necessarily make immediate sense. And foresight, as you might imagine, is your magic stuff. Defense and tenacity are fairly self-explanatory as well. Tenacity being poise, more or less. Those are not directly affected by spending points. They are indirectly affected by your stats, if I remember right, but they are not directly influenced. We may as well consume these Axions and get us into a workable state here. Put a point in each of those straight away. And contrary to how I normally do things, we are going to at least start with a bit of strength. I want to be a little different from my usual this time. As I mentioned before, we're probably going to end up pretty balanced. No, I don't think we went up here. Oh no, this is where we came down from. Okay. And you may have noticed that I didn't put the shield on. The shield is useful, but I've chosen to keep the ability to kick people. Because otherwise the button I'm using to kick would be blocking. And as you might imagine, since we raised each of those stats, you'll notice that our meters have all increased. A bit more money. The consumable money is one of the things that I feel makes this game in some ways more reasonable than your average Souls-like, because so many things drop those consumable money pouches, and you get so many of them as long as you're even reasonably lucky. So usually money loss didn't hit me that hard in this game, from what I remember. Okay. I almost missed the landing. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? I guess I should have just walked in instead of jumping in, huh? I tried to jump in to get past him, so I wouldn't get whacked right out the door, but I guess we're still not going in there then. Oh, never mind. I can explain something right now. See that guy? He's there because the meters turned red and glowing death right now. I'm not sure if this door is open because of the time of day. Oh well, it's shut behind me. That actually kind of works because it gets that guy off my back for a second. So I can explain. I don't know why. I'm assuming it's still glowing because it wants me to use the shield. There. Just to get it to shut up about the shield. Equip it to a catalyst at an upgrade station to augment power based on foresight. Basically, a bunch of items can have conductors and things like that that will make them better. Think of it similar to Ashes of War from Elden Ring. That's probably the best comparison I can make. But yeah, this guy right here, this guy's bad news. He can be killed, as you can see by the fact that his health is actually kind of low right now. But as you can see by that hit I just took, nearly killing me, he hits really hard. He's also got a lot of nasty fire magic. The good news is enemies have friendly fire. Thankfully, since you move reasonably quick in this game, actually can do pretty well here, usually. Unlike the clunky, awful rolling from a lot of Souls-likes. Ow. Heal again. Watch out for that guy. Mostly using the big guy just to eliminate all of the other enemies for me. I was initially gonna just die to this guy to get another shot upstairs, but now that we're actually doing reasonably well at fighting him, I may as well beat him. There he goes. Notice how many axioms he was worth. That was like 900 just from him alone. Because they're kind of tough. You'll also notice that the alarm goes off again, because of course it does. Because God forbid that stay open. I don't actually know if it's an alarm or if it just happens to be the sound the elevator makes. Because you notice you don't really hear the boing, boing, boing as we're going back up. But we might just not hear it over how noisy this elevator is in general. Hard to say on that one. Yeah, we really should find ourselves another breach. Yeah, one of these vaults must be hidden somewhere in the embassy. We also have Incelium and Carbon to use for printing. Printing is basically the crafting, as you might imagine, from what I recall. Okay, he's over there right now. Now, having died up here is also going to cause us an additional complication that we'll get into here in a moment. Don't think he noticed me. No, he didn't. I'm gonna kind of just shadow him from pillar to pillar if I can. Because as you saw by how he dispatched us very, very easily moments ago, we are not ready to fight him. But notice an extra fellow wandering around over there. That's a ghost. That's our ghost. We leave behind dead us when we die. We got very lucky, I think, that he didn't notice me right there. I want to get our stuff back and then get away. Okay, no mind to everything shaking. It's okay. 600 something actions. I will run for my life. Oh, there's another one. Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. Open, please. Access to Arisen Dominion denied. Well, that's not ideal. Yeah, notice he's running around with the same weapon we had. Basically, anything you have on you when you die, the ghost uses. Your ghost can honestly be incredibly dangerous. Oh, I've been spotted. I think it's that one that spotted me, the one that's right here. Please open. Please open faster than that. Gotta go! Oh, this is back to the pond, though. That's not good. Well, it's good, but not good. That's why it's not good. Ah! Spend the stuff before we lose it. There we go. Now we're a good bit stronger again. Still disinclined to fight those things, but if he's gonna sit there with his back turned to me. Because you'll notice we can hurt them. Not a lot, but we can hurt them. I'm just gonna think better of this idea and leave. I realized we didn't have any more healing. Oh well, I'll get to you on that thought in just a second here. Need to not die. There we go. Okay, so thank you for the follow, Nowhere Man and Battleburger. And thank you for the raid, Kelvin. How you doing? Let me get you a shout out there, Kelvin. How was your stream? How you doing? Just needed to make sure I was in a spot where I wasn't immediately gonna get destroyed. Ah, more Might and Magic. How's that going? Understandable. Whoop. And there's the death I was waiting for. Welcome in, Produ, and thank you for the follow, Lindsay. Hopefully everybody's doing well. As you can see, having a little bit of a rough go of it here. Or at the beginning of Hellpoint. Remembering how to do things and figuring out where I'm allowed to go is going to take a little bit of time. But I think now that we have that door open, I can just go back that way every time. Instead of taking the long way there. But being dead again gives us an opportunity to try for a third time to get into that tube that was over this way. Dispose of you for free stuff. Not gonna wait for the other guy. No reason to. Open up. Get used to a lot of screaming. That happens around here. And I botched it. God damn it. I keep trying to get in there, but the problem is you can't, like, climb, really, with any of the stuff that's here, so kinda SOL on that one. I have no money right now, though, so you. Big, scary, evil guy. Hey, fight me. Thank you. Yeah, this is also a little bit of an outlier for what I usually am doing. I am typically retro-focused, but I've been on a weird Souls-like kick after beating the last hero of Nostalgaia, so that's how we ended up here. So don't be surprised if the gameplay is less than stellar throughout a lot of this. I do know what I'm doing, but I more often than not actively ignore the fact that I know what I'm doing. Just gotta get over there. But hopefully your throat will recover there, Kelvin. Are you sick, or was it just you overdid it today? Because I've definitely been there on that one. There we go. Finally got in here. This is probably not worth all the attempts I made to get up here, but curiosity is too strong. And as you can see by the interrupting I'm able to do with the kick, that's why I keep that instead of the shield. Because I just cancel what they're doing instead of blocking it, basically. Oh, that's what I was afraid of, is I was also being stupid the entire time. There was a way around to get here the entire time. Oh well. Live and learn. Or in this case, die and learn. Okay. Oh, right. I have been over here before. Or in the past. We open this up. This is right back where we just were, by the way. This is another shortcut. This intro area alone has a pile of shortcuts. Very stinky room. He doesn't want to go in it. But that pillar we just got... Okay, we can also put this on and get some tenacity and some defenses. We may as well slap that on our head. But the pillar is a strength weapon. We obviously do not have anywhere near 12 strength to be wielding this. Massive piece of buttress detached from the wall by an incredible force. Few would choose this as a viable weapon, but those who would will enjoy great stopping power. Because, you know, you're whacking people with a giant chunk of stone. Or, actually, it's probably a giant chunk of metal, given the layout of this place. Is that stone or is that metal? Can't tell. Might just not be good sound work. Alright. Ah, that was the point of this. Yeah. Dang it. Okay, hang on. Try again. There we go. 99 Axions, and I assume, yep, he fell down where I was. So really, in the end, that kind of worked out in my favor. He played himself. Something I end up doing constantly. How do I get to that guy? Doesn't matter. I think that was the only thing of value up there. And do yell at me if the audio balance is out of whack. It should all be fine, but I can never guarantee anything. Since what I hear and what all of you hear can be very radically different things. There's our stuff. And there's our ghost. We're just not going to worry about him. He's fine where he is. He can stay there. Oh, well, actually, no. In hindsight, he can't stay there, because if he stays there, when the alarm goes off, we're gonna have to have a problem. One way or the other, we're gonna have to have a problem. Damn it, me, why do you have to be as bad an opportunist as I am? Get kicked, nerd. Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? Gonna do it again. Gonna do it again. There we go. Yeah, there's your easy answer to the ghosts early on, is just kick them. Just keep kicking them, they'll fall over, and then they'll try to do something again. As long as you can get the timing down, you can just kick loop them, and they're not really a big threat. They start becoming a lot more of a threat once you have some better gear, because they get gear to match. Just because it was a game of, does the AI know how to use your weapon? And then layer 2 of that is, do they know how to use it better than you do? which, as you might imagine, can sometimes not be favorable. Especially if you died starting to learn a new weapon. And if I seem a little off timing and reacting to things that anybody's saying, bear with me because I'm a little spaced out today and my focus is primarily going to be on keeping us alive, as you might imagine. So now and then I'm going to see something and not react immediately, like I would normally. So I apologize in advance for anything that stems from that. I might actually have to go through that Devourer of Souls room. I thought there was a path we could take otherwise. Oh wait, did I go in there? Might not have gone in there yet. Over there might be a possibility. See nothing, I'm not here. I'm not real, you're just imagining me. Okay, yeah, this is, I think, a good direction. Now, good is relative around here, but... some more armor. It's not, like, good armor, but it's better than nothing. It does start to make us look a little weird, but, you know, we'll get over it. You'll want to watch out for holes and such like this, because that's where a lot of these guys will come crawling up out of. And they can and will ambush you. I'm trying to find a very specific place. And I think I'm going the right way now? Really? Well, this isn't what I was looking for. This might just be my death again. So I think one of these two is real. Ceremonial dagger. No? Neither of you? Huh. Well, that's actually a genuine surprise. Pretty sure that's a death pit right there. Oh, yeah, that's got death written all over it. He's a tough boy. There we go. Now, that ceremonial dagger. Yep, reflex weapon, as expected. I can just raise my reflex up on our next stop, and then we'll be able to use that. Very fast, short range, as you'd expect. Whether hunting thespians or sacrificing victims, this dagger is the most convenient way to get right to the heart of the matter. Well, that checks out. Give me prizes. Or Axions, that's fine. Since we already saw a sign pointing towards it, I'll just explain where I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to the observatory, because that basically serves as your main hub. And if we can get there, I can start getting myself in order here to be effective, instead of just, oh, you're just a walking punching bag for everything that wants you dead. Because that's kind of the boat we're in right now, is very much punching bag. Considering the handprints are going this way, I have to assume I'm meant to be going past that guy to somewhere. But this is the only other door over here, and it's closed. Because that just leads us back to where we were. Unless I went out of there the wrong way somehow? I don't know, I think that was meant as a shortcut back, and you're supposed to go fight the boss door over here early. I feel like he's looking right at me, but I know he can't see me. to go. You do not want one of those knights following you in here, as you might imagine. Just to double check, this door doesn't open, right? Yeah, it doesn't open. I think we have to get on the other side of it to open that up. Nope, no way to get up there. This is how we got out here, right? Yeah. Just to pull up the directions again for anybody who didn't see it. Is Arisen Dominion's the one that was locked. Observatory being straight that way is past the door we can't get through. And Pond is back where we came from. Which is why I'm making the assumption, given lack of other options, that I have to go... Oh, wait. I don't have to go that way, because there's a door right here. Which leads into the room I was trying to get into. This is why you don't just blindly assume things. Metallic glass, some refined carbon, and... almost more death. You don't do the windmill. Model cross shield. And that's how the crafting works. Is now that we have the model, you now know what it requires to make a cross shield. 500 encellium particles, 100 carbon particles, and 3 pieces of hard glass. I don't think metallic glass is the correct item for that. I believe there is specifically hard glass. This will become encellium particles, as will this. This will become carbon. This is more encellium, obviously. But we still need to get to a printer first before any of this does anything for us. I remembered that room being useful. I thought it was more than just a crafting recipe. But apparently that's all that was. Parkour. Nope. I wanted to see if there was like something tucked away up top or something, but it doesn't look like it. And that doesn't seem like that practical a jump, so I'm just not going to worry about it anymore. We're just going to go get Ed murdered a different way instead. So I'm pretty sure I'm not ready for this. But I may not have a choice. The Archon Slaver. How much damage do I do to you, if I can even hit you? Okay, I do actually hurt you. And as long as I'm attentive, I'm avoiding its attacks so far. Yep, there it is. There's the moves. This might be a sequence I want my shield for. Ow. Especially when it gives me the backhand from across the ages. Thankfully, it takes very little stamina to dodge at the moment. Oh, get a stagger on it. You'll notice by being near it, we are getting a negative effect on us. That's what that meter you see right above its health bar is. So we gotta manage that meter while dealing with it. But as you can see, this fight's not that bad. It spends a lot of its time just kind of hanging out. You mostly just need to not be very greedy like I just was there. So it's also very dependent on what moves it chooses to use as well. Got it. First try. And now we have a breach here that we can use as a checkpoint. And a lot of axioms to spend. So let's quickly get the reflex we need for that weapon. Bring all of our attacking stats up to match for the moment. And get the load caught up as well so we can function. I could consume all of these axioms, but we'll hang on to them for the second. I don't need them. But you'll notice this is not scaling off of anything, and it does 65. This requires 3 a reflex and ends up with 75 bonus. I don't recall there's a way to check any other stats on these things. You'll also notice that there's a meter at the bottom above the conductor effect. That is your experience with that weapon. There is a level up system, more or less, for weapons. The more familiar you become with them, the more powerful they will be. I forget what exactly all of the effects are. I know the ones with the arrows on the bottom of them are major effects for it. I don't remember exactly what it does. Like, obviously, this one has barely anything going on with it. It's a start and end of the line. Same with this one. This one has a bunch of checkpoints along the way with your familiarity. But look at the lack of range this has. It wasn't kidding when it said it was a short-range weapon. But it's fast. Hello, I'm glad you could make it. I apologize for inflicting this hardship upon you, but it was necessary. As you can see, your arrival occurred at a most dire time. This is your home, Irid Novo, the City of the Stars. I am the author, and you are my spawn. I had to create you in order to have an immune specimen. You will bear the story of this place so that it will never be forgotten. You will venture through Irid Novo, making your own way and searching for answers, and then reporting your observations to me. Exercise your free will and quench your thirst for truth. I know it dwells within you, pushing you forward. But before you go, you may ask me any questions you might have. Well, what am I was already answered. We are a spawn created by the author. There's really nothing else there. The merge happened. It is too soon to burden you with the details of this catastrophe. All I can tell you is that, according to all available readings, we are the only sane survivors left on Irid Novo. Do not despair, for our purpose remains primordial. I am unwell and must rest soon. Do you have any other questions? Where am I going? The observatory beyond this door is safe. I will open the way for you. Use it as a refuge, as others have before you. Take refuge in the observatory, equip yourself, and venture forth to investigate the events on Irid Novo. We need you to collect data from the world and bring it back to me once you are done. Our story must never be forgotten, and we cannot let the project go to waste. You will come back to this exact location when I summon you. Do you understand? Sure, I guess that's how it is. You always have a choice. I did not make you to be a slave. I must leave now and make the most of the time I have left. I am sorry I cannot help you any more in this. Remember this place. We had to do that dialogue in order to open this door. Omnicube transposition. Equip programs in the Omnicube via the menu. Omnicube. Omnicube transposition. Now, I don't remember how any of that works, because I think oh yeah, this lets you spend money to go back to a breach, basically. And the Omnicube, once the pinnacle of reprogrammable nanotech, the Omnicube was relegated to the status of children's toy when the printing of nanotech within building structures became commonplace. Some still find it useful for tasks such as mining or exploration. There we go. Okay, up is Omnicube. And now we're going to the new place, the observatory. Now, from what I remember with the merge situation, more or less what happened is our dimension and another kind of collided. I don't remember if it was an engineered thing or an accidental thing. But that's also why that clock up there is important, is because I believe it's when our dimensions are the most aligned is when it's glowing red like that, which is why the worst enemies show up when they are aligned. It's something along those lines. Again, don't remember entirely. Might be messing it up completely. There's the main bit of the observatory right over there. We want to get there. Obviously, we ain't making that jump. Bunch of items laying there. Yeah, this is basically going to be our base of operations from which we strike out into the rest of the world. And let me tell you, when I say world, Aridnova was pretty big. It's a pretty big station. Bunch of armor. Strength conductor. Reflex conductor. Alas, no one knew about the victory, and so that night they murdered their hero just as they needed him the most. Well, that's a shame. See that? That's important. And that's a big part of the problem, if I remember right. As you'll notice by bringing that into focus, we made a breach. Just remember that. Yeah, you can freely fast travel between all of the breaches you've been to. Yeah, the Ancient Warrior Gauntlets and the rest of the Ancient Warrior set have no requirements, so we can wear all of that. It is gonna get heavy, but it's still not too bad. It's not the greatest look, but it'll do, because it's better than no armor at all. Here's our weapon editor, which is what allows us to put those conductors on things. For example, I could actually put the strength conductor on the knife, and it would gain strength scaling. Or I could put the reflex conductor on it and increase the reflex scaling. You'll find conductors of most any stat. So in a way, you can convert any weapon to suit any stat. I say in a way you can because it's not going to be as good as if it was that way from the word go. But it is a benefit. Like, I could take the pipe and make it more worthwhile as well. But obviously, I'm going to prioritize the knife since it's the only one that can gain familiarity at the moment that we have. But I'm not going to be prioritizing it enough to give it a conductor at the moment. Because I've not committed to a particular stat enough yet to make something like that worthwhile. And 555, 588, 687? 798. No, there's 222 there. So it's 909. And then another 55. So yeah, we wouldn't be able to get enough, is the point. We wouldn't get enough to gain a level or to get another upgrade on a weapon or anything. Lock on. Dealing melee damage restores your energy. Basically, this whole area is your tutorial zone. It'll teach you all the remaining mechanics for the most part. Which I appreciate that they say that. Yeah, there we go. If the black hole is present in the sky, enemies will become more powerful and drop better rewards. Hordes of enemies can appear during an accretion storm, as well as powerful demonic entities. The accretion storm, I believe, is when it's on the sides, and the spot marked in gold where just the ring was glowing, I believe, is when the black hole's in the sky. It is worth noting, though, that this game is a bit buggy. Like, you may have noticed that I wasn't moving, but my stamina was going down a moment ago. I was trying to jump, but I was stuck in the floor. This game's a bit of a mess. So don't be surprised if wacky nonsense transpires at some point. Antiquated officer glaive. This'll heal us for a price, and this is also how we make our healing item better. This is how we print out new items to use. And I think, yeah, since... Oh, yeah, we do have the model for the officer's glaive, which needs Encellium particles, the antiquated glaive, and 1 metallic glass. Requires 6 strength, 4 reflex. That might be a good weapon for us, and it just needs 1,200 Encellium, which we don't have enough of. But we can also get rid of things we're not using. Which I do recommend that if there's things you don't want, you may as well just dump them into the dismantle machine. Because I don't recall any other ways of getting rid of things you don't want. So it's not like you can turn them into axioms or do anything useful with them. So you may as well just bin them. I'm going to keep the column for now. I probably should keep the pipe, but I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to be silly. Will that blow up in my face? Very probably. Do I care? Nah, it'll be fine. Alumina, nervous wiring, pulse mineral, heading to Sun District. Yeah, this world's kind of screwed. I just need 1 more strength and I can use the glaive. You can use something you don't have the stats for, as you might imagine. You're just not going to be as good with it. Very old, damaged military sword that belongs in a museum. Versatile weapon combining wide swings with powerful stabs. Now, the thing with this is, maybe I'm crazy, but aren't glaives not swords? I'm pretty sure the situation with that is just the fact that that's what's left. But it's been decided that it was a glaive. I mean, that it was a sword, rather, than what it originally was. I think we can get over there. Yeah, there's enough ground here to cross. Is there useful information on this wall, though? Dodge. Dodge attack. Sprinting attack. Conductor gains a new elemental ability. Play your Omni Cube. Or Isidone credentials required. That's basically how a lot of the areas are going to work. We need various credentials to access different places. Think of it like having keys for doors. It's basically the same thing. Just like this door is ignoring our presence. Because it's a door we're not allowed to use yet. And this is how the, like, soapstones in this game work. You can leave people a bunch of symbols instead of words. It's up to the people that read them to figure out what the hell you're talking about. So get used to me trying to puzzle out what people are trying to tell me. Eyeball. This is how you connect to other spawn. It does also have local multiplayer, as you see there, which is a thing. Sure, yes. Religion. Lots of doors. Life has many doors, Ed boy, I know. Balance. Satan. Yep. Checks out. Travel to arcology. Arcology. Let me guess. Arcology. Yep. All roads lead to arcology. I believe the arcology is the first place we do actually have to go after getting here. So we'll go there and see what happens. Because I don't remember if you actually have that much free reign yet. You do start getting a couple options for places to go, but I don't remember having that many at the beginning. I want to say most places are locked off by one credential or another early on. Balance. This is probably an elevator. Yep. Somebody was yelling for police for some reason on the way down. That's a thing. Get a load of all of that. Note the giant lens that looked an awful lot like the one in the observatory as well. Can't imagine where something like that would have gone wrong. And the fact that there's a bunch of them, or at least a bunch of shapes like that around in here too. Get the distinct feeling a really big experiment went really big wrong. It's almost like toying with things you shouldn't toy with goes wrong on a regular basis or something. Not like I'd know anything about that. I never mess with things I shouldn't be touching. Not me. Oh. There's our breach for this area. And you'll note that we're getting data with each new breach. I want to say whenever you have 100% data, you can go back to the author for a reward. Is how that works. We still can't do anything with this breach, but we can at least use this breach as a travel point now. Oh, right, no. You have to activate them with an item, and we don't have that item right now. If you synchronize a breach, then you can use it as a waypoint for travel. Otherwise, you have to walk. That doesn't seem ideal. Oh, I remember this area. This area's awful. Well, I should say specifically there's a boss around here that is terrible. This knife's working out great, though. Just rip them apart. Firearm conductor and a railgun. Yeah, we can't use it because we have no cognition. Guns in this game are actually pretty good. As you can see there, they do have a range limitation. Guns were one of the main things I used when I was doing co-op before. It was like guns with a side order of magic. Now I'm probably going to lean more on the magic side of things for my ranged option. Because that's just more how I do these days. And I mostly jumped into guns when I played this before because that's what we were finding. You know, not much point in going into the magic options when there's no magic available. Well, don't know what he was looking at, but it didn't work out for him. More metallic glass. Somebody started shooting at me. Oh, you're shooting me through the wall. That's very rude of you, sir. Could you not? There we go. What's this button do? Ah, it opens up all the windows around here and... Oh, those weren't windows. They were very big doors, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. They're just kind of hanging out there, so I don't know if that's open or if that's just windows they're beating on now. We'll find out in a minute, I guess, when I get back down there. Bronzelium, more carbon. I don't know if I'll break my legs doing this. Oh. Hi. I broke him doing that. Oh, yeah, I think those were doors, because there's new guys in here now. Also, I acknowledge that the game is a bit dark. There's not a lot I can do about that. I think I can get a light for the Omni Cube, but we don't have it yet. That's about the best I'm going to be able to do for y'all in those parts that just get super dark. Blessed migrants and pioneers, we welcome you. This arcology was built for the world's finest hour. May we find clarity. I was reading. Rude. Just because he can't read doesn't mean the rest of us aren't allowed to. Okay, that's the elevator we used before. Hey you, what you looking for? If it was a stabbing in the kidneys, well, you got that. Everything else, well, you're on your own. Can't believe I just missed completely on that. Well, that's fine. He's dead anyway. He won't be telling anybody. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Phone was just freaking out for a second. You missed me. Okay. Psyllium. This just leads back inside. Let's see. Notice how there's a series of barriers as well. I forget how we remove those. I want to say there's just a switch somewhere. But we're gonna have to go through some awful nonsense to make it happen. This is seeming so much easier than it felt years ago. But I think A, it scales for co-op, and B, we were doing some very silly things to get ourselves in trouble. Oh yeah. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that guy. That's what the barrier's there for. Right. Okay. First, let's address the item I just picked up. The Daring Effigy, a bizarre statuette of a figure intensely staring forward into emptiness. Its courageous display inspires audacity. Can be used at a breach to intensify challenge. Basically, how this game works is at every breach you go to, you have the option to use a Daring Effigy or its equivalent on the lesser side to either raise or lower the difficulty. And I forget if it's a global raise or a local raise of difficulty. I believe it's only a local raise. But I'm not certain about that because I didn't really toy with it that much. I think I did lower one area before. But yeah, this is not gonna go great. But we have to fight it, so. The Celestial Beast. And that's why this isn't gonna go great. He's got crazy slicey tentacles. And a claw attack that really stings as well. Is like, you'll notice trying to trade blows with him does not work. Just straight up does not work. 10 out of 10, worst idea ever. We can do decent damage to him. It's gonna be a patience fight? Huh. I'm gonna need to clip that later if somebody doesn't, because he left. He's just gone. Huh. Well, good news. We've got the limited access passport now. Good news, everyone. I didn't have to fight him 80 times to get through there this time. That was a rough fight when I did that back in the day. How much strength was it that I needed for the glaive? Yeah, 4, so I just need 1. I think I'll raise both of those to 4, raise that to 4 as well. And we're having stamina issues, so we'll raise our stamina first. You can actually see the meter jump up a little bit when you do that. I like this menu as far as using those items up goes as well, because it's a nice quick, just press a button and they're used up. You don't have to go, do you want to use multiple? Do you want to use insert how many? You just mash the button and you'd be through that menu in seconds if you really wanted to. Let's raise our load up a step, actually. You'll notice that raising load only raises it by 1 point, though, which is not ideal. But in the interest of not making us get super heavy. Now we can use the glaive and the knife. Oh yeah, there we go. I was just blind initially. The base power on the item is what the power is over there on the right. And then the bonus is what you get based on your stat. But when you don't have the right stats for the item to use it properly, you don't get the bonuses at all, and that's why you don't want to be using that. I think that's the correct answer. Yeah, we can use this for a bit now. Do that? Actually. Yeah, okay. I wanted to see if I could dual wield. I couldn't remember if we could or not. There we go. Now we can just switch between the two for whatever suits our situation at the time. Passport scanned. Welcome to the arcology. Would you like to use your access passport? Yeah. What is your current place of residence? I believe you get to choose where you're going based on current place of residence. The only place we know of that something's happening is the Sohn district, so we'll say there. Yeah, if I said Ikari Walkways, I'd be able to go there instead. Lost Hatchet. Oh yeah, a little bit of a peek behind the curtain at the future, by the way. The Lost Hatchet and the Antiquated Officer Glaive were two weapons in my later file that I was still using. And I think I had a conductor in the dagger as well. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think you need to have a conductor in a weapon in order for the effects down there to do anything, really. I don't remember, though. We'll find out. Also worth noting, you'll see that light shell is down there where the conductor would be. I want to say it's because that basically comes with a conductor pre-built into it. Something along those lines. I'm just sitting here remembering how things work. Bear with me. We can also just go through this front door. Got a coin. Oh yeah, we don't have a mind cube yet. Here comes a storm. I think if we look up outside during this, we'll see something as well. Yeah, if you see over that way, the black hole is particularly going crazy right now. We can't really see it that well from here, but that's what's happening. There we go. There's a breach synchronizer, so we can use it as a way to go back. The 5 eyes of the arcology carving into mines with each cycle. Elevator offline. Elevator disappointing. You gotta be kind of careful when everything shakes as well, because you could easily get shaken off of a platform. Do I or don't I? It's not that long a walk back, but this might be a good breach to have synchronized so we can get access to the walkways easily as well. Yeah. There we go. Now we can go back and forth between the observatory and this location. Which also allows me to actually get a conductor put in, so that's not a bad idea. I might not be able to afford it. This also gives us a chance, though, to look through the observatory screen at the effects that are going on right now. But you'll notice since the black hole is not in the same spot it was when we used this, we can't actually see it still. We can just see the side effects of it being around. And I think we can't actually afford to put anything in anything right now. Yeah. So it was actually pointless to use up all of those and to come back. That's fine. This might end up blowing up in my face, and, well, you know. Mistakes get made all the time. Off to the Sun District we go. With all of the negative results that are probably going to happen from that. Hindsight being 2020, I probably should have waited till the next breach to synchronize. But too late. Already did it. It's also worth noting, I don't actually know if you can go to the walkway straight away. I want to say this is the way I went before. And you do end up at the walkways eventually anyway. That overhead chop is what replaces our kick, by the way. Every weapon, I think, has a different alternate move, which is also why we had that push with the knife, like this. Because you've got your heavy attack, your light attack, and then the alternate attack. Ooh, material accelerator. That sounds useful. Hassan chop. Well, this is resoundingly effective so far, and feels like it really shouldn't be. Chop. Da 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 chop. As you can see, even over here in the Sun District, things aren't going well. Pretty sure nowhere around here things are going well. Considering the author told us everybody was dead or insane, more or less, aside from us. I almost ended up somewhere. So I think it was going to dump me off the edge, so it's probably for the best that I didn't end up somewhere. Wow, even the heavier guys just splatter with that, huh? Okay. I need to remember that. Your shield is nothing to my chop. Get chopped. And chop. And chop. That guy was following me around the entire time I was chopping all of his friends. Woo! You know, there's something real screwed up about the fact that I'm just screwing around and doing so much better than I did when I was trying to play this seriously once upon a time. Something so wrong about that. But also, in the end, I'm amused. Wait a minute. Prizes. Hiya! Another Incelium Rod. We're steadily getting closer to having enough to upgrade this sword to its proper form. It also took me a really long time to realize that these were climbable. I thought we needed to gain like an ability to use these and all that. Nah, they just work. Another rod. Ow. Die. Die for your insolence. That's a whole bunch of boys. Ah. And now there isn't. Oh yeah, the nerve suit. I want to say I used this one for a while. Because it's good for reflex and cognition, and that's what I was using. And I think part of it might also raise cognition, question mark? Oh yeah, these are... There's a little bit more info here, too. Requirements, and then the bonus is obvious what it does. If there's a stat bonus, it'll tell you. None of these have a stat bonus. They're also actually all the same weight as the armor. No, that's slightly lighter. That's a fair bit lighter, but terrible defense. Maybe that's why I was having such a bad time, as I was wearing awful armor. That wouldn't surprise me. Some jerk went and put a sign over there to try to lure people. There is an item, though. Dang it. If there's an item, you're meant to get there, and if you're meant to get there, there's gotta be a way. Your gear weight does affect your jumping, from what I remember. Not enough for that to have mattered, though. Definitely don't want to fall down there. We've been down there already, and I'll break my legs on the landing. I want to say there's a trick to jumping better in this game, too, and I just don't remember what it is. I think it's an ability or something that lets you kind of cheat the jumping a little bit. Now comes the all-important question of where the hell am I going from here? Okay, you can see how they got over there to put the sign down. In fact, you know what? I'm curious enough and stupid enough. Door. But why? Why door? What are you trying to tell me? Is Timmy stuck in the well? You know what makes this worse that I walked out here, by the way? The fact that, if I remember right, I did this of my own accord once upon a time when I was here before. I just saw a place I could walk and went, huh, I wonder if there's something over there. Found goddamn nothing. And I get lured over there by some jerk with a sign instead now. How did I get up here? Oh, right, I jumped from there, didn't I? Well, this is gonna end poorly. Oh, that's an awkward spot to have died, too. That could be a problem. That's not gonna have consequences in the future or anything. Yeah, one of the biggest nice things about this game is the amount of move combinations and such you have. Like, it's telling me about Shield Bash there, for example. Like, not everything combines with everything. But you can do a sprinting heavy, you can do a sprinting light attack. Some weapons, as mentioned, have a bunch more than that. There we go. Health module. That's actually super helpful. I'll get into why once we're back out of here, so I don't forget where I'm going. Is that goes in the body space. And what that does is gives you a boost to your health. Notice how much more of the meter we have suddenly. Is it straight up raises the stat? I don't know if it actually... Yeah. It gives you 3 to the stat. Or it's a percentage and it doubled. One or the other. We'll find out if when I level it up, it goes up significantly more. But either way, doubling our health stat, pretty helpful. There's a bunch of modules around that'll do things like that. Be it raising your health, raising your strength, your reflex, etc. I assume there's probably one for every stat, but I only remember finding a bunch of them. I really thought he was just gonna walk off before I hit him. He was so close to just leaving. There's the breach over there. Bad. On the bright side, I keep getting more metallic glass. Oh, right. I remember being so mad because I was trying to figure out how to get around in here, and I think it's just a matter of just jumping for it and then grabbing that. Yep. Except that happens. And I forget if there was a way around that or what happens there. I did that now, though, while we didn't have a lot of money to worry about. Because I remember just getting so pissed when that happened. Because I had a lot of money, and I was already so tired of trying to find my way around in there. And I forget if it's a matter of you just have to turn the camera the right way so he'll actually go like, oh yeah, I can jump this way instead. Or if it's a matter of I forgot something else. Because you have to choose to jump on those, just for those who have never had the controls for this in their hands. He doesn't auto jump or anything. So that was purely me throwing myself to my death there. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a visual cue that you'll know that you're looking the right way to do the thing at that point. There might be a very confused Drac ghost around here somewhere now, too. That's where I dealt with those guys. For those wondering, I may or may not be trying to think of a workaround for that situation we just witnessed. I think there's actually a spot where you can do a weird jump to get down there without dealing with the problem we just had. And a shot. Wow, his body had a time with that idea. Problem is, I need to figure out which way is what relative to what was down there. Hi, what you guarding? You ain't guarding it for long. Oh yeah, isn't this where we slid up and then I ended up dying stupidly? Yeah, because I tried to jump back over and died. Yeah, because I think I was actually supposed to jump back down from there. I think it won't kill you, you just, like, take a bunch of fall damage coming back down from there. Or it might just be intended to kill you. One or the other. There's definitely been a couple places in this game where I really feel like they just went, you know what, no, you got over here? Well, good news, now die. I kind of hope I find the one puzzle room that we had a devil of a time with that I ended up breaking. Because, boy oh boy, is that a stupid room, but I want people to see it. Because it's one of those, like, tiptoe style, you gotta find the path in the ground with very little indicator of where the path is type deals, from what I remember. And it sucked. I hit the wrong button, so I almost dumped myself down that hole. Which would have been embarrassing. This is how I got up here, right? Yeah. No, because there's an item laying on the ground there. No, but there's also a corpse there, so now I've definitely been... Yeah. Now, I don't think there is a jump you can make to get around that wall, then. I think you are meant to somehow convince him to look the right way. Yeah, there we go. See how he's facing to the left instead of facing the other way? I think now he'll jump the correct direction. Eat. Ta-da! That's how you get over to this breach. It's stupid. You just have to make sure your character's facing the correct direction, and then he won't throw himself into the abyss. But, you know, it makes sense, because that's how jumping off things like that always works. But it can just be very hard to tell where they're facing sometimes, and that's where the whole issue comes in for that. I went slightly above what I needed, but that's okay. One point of either of those does not actually lead to an up for my weapons, huh? That's a little sad. And each of these anyway, is 3 points of that. So 3 energy or 3 stamina. Or it looks like 8 of that. But it might be scaling. Not sure. It's like, it was 1 point of load when it was 3 to 4, but now it's 2 points when it's 4 to 5. I remember the things that needed foresight needed a lot of it, so we'll raise that right quick while I'm thinking of it. And we'll quickly hop over there and grab that now that we don't have money to worry about. Ah! Fearful Effigy. That, I think, is the difficulty lowering one. Yep. Recess. Now, the other stupid thing about this is you'll notice getting over to this breach actually led you a lot of nowhere. You have to make this jump every time you want to go back from this breach. This breach in particular kind of sucks. You have to make sure that he's looking. Because if he's not looking, he jumps straight backwards. And then you die. Now, I know there's a way forward out of this place to another area, and I'm trying to figure out where it is. 'Cause I forgot how much this area sucked. I might actually have to go back to the archaeology. Hi, Squelchy boy. Die. He's like, it's either a case of one of these opens, or I'm forgetting something important. Is that there? And I have nothing to lose right now. I could jump onto that and see what happens. Eat. Oh, that's the other way you can get to the breach. Okay. That actually makes sense. Oh yeah, something to note as well is, like bonfires, touching the breaches heals you, but it does not, I don't think, give you back your healing charges. Healing charges are, however, recovered by fighting, as you probably have noticed by now. Okay, that's what happened. Saw a notification, wanted to process it. When in doubt, check on things and all that good stuff. You know how it'd be. You'll also note that this one is not stable, so we can't actually travel to and from this one. It is such a leap of faith blind and move there, and I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Like, I don't think this is the extent of this area. Just don't know how to get where I'm supposed to be going from here. Yeah, this is very much a please hold while I stupid. Is that somewhere important? I feel like it probably isn't, but... Science! Nope, that's just back where we started down here. That's what I thought. But just in case it was some unreachable treasure there or something, I needed to make sure. Actually, I think I remember a thing, and we'll check on that here in a second after I go back up here and make triple sure that there's nothing else up here. We'll be running back to the archaeology for a very specific reason, because I think I might be stupid. But not for the reasons of I made a mistake, I just forgot something. Specifically in that the computer is stupid. And I don't mean mine. So that's the pathway up to Nowheresville. Assuming I didn't miss something up there. Which it's just a broken bridge, so I doubt that I missed anything there. I think what the issue is actually going here first doesn't lead anywhere yet. I think this might be a case of something needs to change and then you come back. And then this place is accessible. Or it might never be accessible, I don't know. But for now, let me explain what I was talking about by going back. Wait, where did you come from? You weren't here a minute ago. Oh wait, we did touch the... No, but that doesn't make any sense. If they'd revived from me touching the breach, they would have been back before now. I forget if this game has timed respawns, but apparently it must, because they just randomly showed back up. So that's a thing. Yeah, the stupid thing is if we come back here, we poke the computer again. No, I actually can't do that. Okay. I wonder if that was a bug then. Or if we cheesed it by switching who was hosting, and that got us past this problem. Because I remember distinctly telling the computer that we had a different place of residence, and then we went to the other place immediately after going to the Sun District and not understanding where we were going. Because we can't proceed this way because the elevator's not there. And this just tells us 5 eyes of the arcology. And this is the thing where you insert a mind cube, which we don't have still. Which that thing specifically is part of why I made sure to synchronize this breach, because I forget what that does, but I'm reasonably sure it's actually somewhat important and helpful. So I believe that's how we upgrade our mind cubes. Wait, there's this whole thing down here. Missed it. The model for an infused column. That seems like a bad idea. Tally-ho! Now you see why I took my armor off, is we jumped a lot higher without it. Oh, what the hell is this thing? I forgot these are a thing. I'm dying because I can't move. Die, Mr. Grabby Hands. Nobody likes you. But hey, we got data for killing a new enemy. Yay! I hope never to see that thing again. I forgot that these existed. They are awful. Because as you saw, they just fly towards you, going full gribble, 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 and beat the hell out of you. Now, it's worth noting, there's items down there. There's items all the way the hell down there. $999 Axions. I don't remember how to get all the way down there. I do know that I figured it out at some point. I think it would kill me if I jumped down there right now. I don't think it's a health check. I mean, if I jump down and die, it's actually not that hard to get back. But if I do jump down and die, I'm pretty sure Creepy Purple Man comes back, and I don't really want to deal with Creepy Purple Man again right now. I'd really rather not deal with maximum grabby hands. Let me check to see if there's a pathway down over on this side. I'm not touching the breach yet because I don't want to revive him. Yeah, I don't think we went down these... No, we did go down these stairs. Because we found this blank wall. Which, very frequently when you see walls like this, I've found that there's a doorway on the other side of them that you can touch to open it. It's not to say all of them do it, but it's very frequently the case. Oh, look, space. That's clearly where we want to go, right? We want to just go fly out in space. You lied. Lucian, come home. Missed it. Okay, then. Any other enlightening writings around here? You killed us. Sure did. It's all over. Open up. Oh, because they sealed the archaeology and everybody got left out here. That wasn't inside. So whoever closed off the archaeology killed everyone that wasn't in it. Making nothing but sense there. Now, how much in the way of consumables do I have right now? Enough for us to get a weapon upgrade, so let's do it. While we are here and able to teleport to the observatory easily, would be the perfect time to get an upgrade. Yeah, I didn't look at the sun bulwark, but there's really not that much to see with that. Strength or reflex? I believe these give you different things as well. You get different abilities depending on which one. The problem with this idea is as soon as I upgrade this into the regular officer's glaive, I believe I lose that. Yeah, because it needs the antiquated glaive. I just need 1,000 particles. I have enough, so let's make the upgrade first then. Oh, but I might not be able to. Yeah, I won't have enough strength to use it immediately. But that's okay. Ding. Yeah, because we now no longer have the antiquated officer glaive, but we have the full officer glaive. A recreation of a common military sword used during the 23rd century, a sad or glorious memento depending on your perspective. As you can see, it's a lot cleaner. It now is in a very strong contrast to everything else about us, all things considered. I don't remember what you need to upgrade your healing. I don't think I ever figured that out. But now it's more worthwhile to upgrade this. And it costs the same. Yeah, we'll go ahead and put a strength conductor in it. You can also, once the conductor's in, upgrade the conductor to raise it from +1 to plus whatever you end up wanting. I forget what the cap is. But now it's an Officer Glaive +1 because it actually has a conductor in it. And the base level of the conductor, as you see there, multiplies the staggering. I'm reasonably confident that the... Wait. It didn't actually cost me money. It's supposed to cost me money. Well, okay then. We'll go ahead and throw the reflex conductor in there, too. You can also remove these conductors at any time in case people are wondering why I'm being a fool and using all my conductors up immediately. Yeah, temporarily boost attack speed and reduce attack stamina cost. Well, we'll just go ahead and raise our strength then. I mean, hell. No sense not. We still need one more for the glaive. Oh yeah, if we look at that menu again, you'll see the Officer Glaive does no damage right now because it is too heavy. We are not strong enough to use it properly. How did I bring that menu up again? There we go. Look how fast we attack with the attack speed up on this knife. It is silly. Knife go brrrr. Yeah, and fortunately and unfortunately simultaneously, knife's gonna have to go burr for a bit because we are gonna need to use it. Yeah, basically by holding right on the D-pad and selecting the conductor thing, I can now use triangle to activate the knife properly. Let's go backwards for a second. See if there's any other way out of this section of the arcology here. 'Cause I remember being a bit confused at this stage of the game, trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be. Because your pathing isn't super clear. And I think I did make it worse by once again picking the Zone District. I forget if hitting them with the palm does anything. Doesn't really seem like it does. 'Cause I hit him pretty square on that time and nothing happened. So back to making mince of people with the knife then. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's the follow-up to the heavy attack is If you have the stamina for it, you just start going jab, 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 jab. Look at you being a jerk and hang. They're not up here. Joke's on you, I can reach you. That's the guy we dropped down on last time. This is... Yeah, this is where the breach we have in this area was. Wasn't there another area off of this somewhere? Money. The problem is we kind of broke things a little bit when I played this last. Hey there, Callista, how you doing? Don't mind me being slightly lost. I have forgotten the pathing in this game after like 5 years. Yeah, I feel that. Up here's where we just were stabbing all those dudes, so that's not really a problem. Over here leads to nothing. The elevator will just take us back to the observatory embassy area. So there's either something else in the Sun District that I screwed up. There's something else around here that I didn't spot. Or there is mystery answer C that I don't understand. I want to say I ended up having to look up where the hell to go when I played this before. Oh, hello. Accidental prizes. I feel like none of what I just did should have worked, but, well, we're here. There we go. Did those boys in just fine. We did hit that button a long time ago. That's what opened up all of those big doors over there. Are these magnifying goggles any good for me? Goggles usually worn by the elderly to alleviate problems relating to diminishing eyesight. Well, what do you know? The silly thing is, they actually have significantly better physical protection than a helmet does. Whoopsie. But it's because these actually have a stat requirement, I think. Hi. Just kind of landed next to this idiot. And I think I'm very slowly regenerating health right now. I think that's what that heart symbol means. Get if I can look at what that means. Or if that's just going to be forever a mystery. Well, it wasn't from that. Yeah, one column, 400 Incilium, one white tempering, and and some carbon makes the infused column. Which I do still have the column to make that. Though it probably is going to require even more strength that we don't have. Well, it'll be easy enough to get back down that hole if I die doing the thing I'm going to try to do. So let's go do science. I also want to know, do you respawn? You sure do, you freaky thing. I feel better now. He thought he was gonna jump me, and instead he got jumped. Okay, now getting there is what I'm thinking about. I'm pretty confident that that's gonna kill me. The good news is, if it kills me, my stuff will be up here. Wait. What? Yep, you could tell by the way the camera zoomed out as I was falling. You knew that was over at that point. I think that is too far to fall, then. I forget if there's a way to alleviate that, or if there's a way around to get down there to those items. Oh, let's go murderize a creepy tentacle man again, and then we'll go get our stuff back. Anyway, nothing bad happened. I am gonna have to fight myself for my stuff. That's gonna be an inconvenience, potentially. Or, no, Ghost Me did not show up. Okay. I think, actually, ghosts don't tend to show up when you die to falling. It's when you die fighting. Tell them what a child would want to hear. Then the meek can overthrow the strong as they sleep. Okay. Somebody etched an entire manifesto into that wall, but all we can read is a paragraph. Not even. We are in a slightly awkward position right now. Specifically, as mentioned, the I'm not certain where to go position. Could have swore this was the correct path. I remember there being a whole sequence of me kicking myself involved with this when I did this before. I just don't know where the kicking myself ended up coming from. Bye. Yes, clearly I wanted to lock onto the guy not near me. These lock-on systems, I swear. Sometimes I wonder if they made them to try to kill you instead of as a means of making it easier. It slices, it dices, it juliennes jerky people. You know, this is more effort than the sword was to kill all these enemies, but it is definitely faster. It accomplishes in a dozen strikes what the sword accomplished in one, but the one swing of the sword took longer to happen. I'm gonna go back up here because we walked around this loop so many times already. Up here would have to be the only place there'd be anything else that I didn't spot somehow. Even if getting down from here does mean probably dying. Curse you and your weird walls protecting you. Ow. That sure is a laser you're shooting me with. I would appreciate it if you'd quit it. Yeah, because the thing is, there was this whole gang of dudes hanging out here. And it made it very weird to me that there was nothing down here. Because there is something down here. And I completely missed this every time I walked over here. I can't hop that fence. Okay. I believe... Okay. It'd be a shame if there was an enemy waiting for me on the other side of this, and I would have had no armor when I landed. Such stealth. They don't know I'm here. They don't know I'm bald. Just like they are. They don't know the shanking they're about to get. Dun dun dun. Anyway. Like I said, I knew I was just missing something stupid. It's always the way. It's always something that I'm just, like, managing to barely glaze over looking around. Because now we're actually in new territory, and I think this is the door I was talking about that I feel like should open. Yeah. Hi, gentlemen. Ow. I'm stuck. I have chosen to make me being stuck their problem, not mine. On the bright side, we have enough to get that last point of strength we need. Whew, that's a death pit. Okay. Glad I didn't take another step back before. Whew. That would have been a shame. Did this not actually lead anywhere? That's our shortcut. Oh, there's a boy. Hey. Hey, how do I get in your room? Hey. Hey. Hey, listen. Oh, wait. Damon Scythe. Okay. We're apparently in a trash compactor room, too. That's not ideal. 9 strength. This weapon I remember has a very, very neat extra move it can do. If this is the weapon I think it is. This is also the same weapon that big demon was trying to wallop us with before. Either we can't do it or it needs a conductor to do it. I don't remember which. I thought it had the flame spell that they were using attached to it. I could have swore that was the special move it had. But I think I'm thinking of either a special one of those or one that's been upgraded can do it. It may also just be that since I don't have enough strength, I can't activate it either. That's also a possibility. There's always options on that one. Oh, is it the knife that's... It's the knife that's raising... That's doing whatever the effect is. Yeah, less prone to be deflected by shields. I forget how to look at the rest of the list. I'm pretty sure there's a way to look at everything that you gained from the thing. Maybe it's the other menu. Well, that didn't help. Don't remember how to look at the rest of the conductor effects. Yeah, dang it. Oh well. It's fine. I'll just be happy that my knife is doing something good for me. I don't know what it is, but it's doing something good. Ah, there we go. There's Omnicube light. There we go. Now I can make a spotlight so you guys can actually see certain areas a little easier. And you know, you get the joys of seeing these freaks of nature a little better. That lowered stamina usage is so nice. Just go on a tear through a whole room. It's a fish! Evil fish! Evil fish! Roncelium and its bones. I think that appeared because of the storm. I want to say those aren't normally there. They are normally in this area, but they're not normally right there. Also, isn't this a dick move? Just step out the door immediately into the void. Whee, dead. Hi. You missed the whole memo about what just happened in here, huh? I think, to be fair, he actually, I think, spawned because of the storm. Like, he wasn't normally in the room, and then he appeared because of things changing. Just like how these guys weren't here a moment ago. It's really kind of rude how they do that sometimes. They just kind of appear. Hey, buddy. What a shame that your shield means nothing to my knife. Yeah, this is the other side of the jump point there. So actually, no, this isn't where we were before. Let's craft heat shield. Well, whoop. Ministry credentials approved. Suspicious conversation recorded. Play? Sure. Playing. Well, they sure like their liquor strong on this station. I'll have to watch out. I don't think my constitution is comparable to theirs yet. I just got here, after all. This stuff is cheaper than water, which I can't explain. Someone is forgetting that we have important work to do in the morning. This place is so dark all the time. I don't see how that's that suspicious a conversation. There's a lot of fish over there. Guess who's gonna have to go deal with all those fish? Sadly, this guy. I also remember traipsing around down here dealing with all the flying fish. And I think I'm starting to understand what was getting me in trouble when I was playing this before. I think this game punishes you being careful. If you just go for it, the AI doesn't seem to understand how to react to that. They don't react quick enough, so you just rip right through them. Another strength melee conductor. So I remember approaching things so cautiously with my shield up and everything. And then getting bodied because my stamina wouldn't hold. Just diving in knife first is just somehow working. Good news is we can now get enough strength to use the glaive properly. Look at how it goes from 6 to 25 because it's back to what it's supposed to be doing. And no, we wouldn't be able to get another one. But I can now use the sword again. And we can put its strength conductor on. Ah, there we go. We weren't in the zone district yet. We were in the pathways leading there. This place is a nightmare. Now that I see that picture, I remember this area. This area is mean. Because you remember those demons we ran into at the beginning because of the storm? They're just here. From what I remember. They're just around in this area. We're stronger now, so we can take them. It's not going to be great. Triangle. Very good. I think it's actually meant to be an arrow telling you to go, like, that way. Also, it's still storming, so, yeah, things are a little wild out there at the moment. And just like it's a little wild out there, it's gonna be a real wild down here. Here's another breach. There is no refuge here. Turn back. This place is lost. Well, I've got bad news for you. Everywhere is lost. All hope is lost. This place is lost. It's just a bad deal all around. And another thing that might be playing in my favor at this point is I don't recall this game running the best on the rig I ran it on 5 years ago. That may also have been a factor. Oh, look, a demon. What a shame. What a shame that he's just around. Yeah, that's about what I figured he was gonna do next. Just rip through him, spew his lava blood everywhere. Okay, that could have gone really badly. Yeah, they're just around here, like I said. Door. Door, this way. This is a door. Pathing. That is a new ability for our cube, and I believe it is actually a really useful one. If it does what I remember it doing. Yeah, this tells us where we've been. It'll leave like a breadcrumb trail. Well, I think. What it does. Do I have to tell it to do it? No. Oh, it just waits a while before breadcrumbs again. Okay. I guess. Where'd the other demon go? You go upstairs? There's also these guys. Basically, similar to the like kind of weird dead guys we were dealing with before, but stronger, faster, and smarter. I don't know what that did. That I don't think is actually a boss room. I believe that's like a pile of enemies room. There we go. I think that's the same knife we have, too. Looks very close, at least. So I really don't want to let them get a chance to do anything. Because if my knife's making mince of them like this, I can only imagine that they'd make mince of me, too. Death that way, huh? Hello, gentlemen. Oh yeah, that's the deal with the ones with the poles sticking out of them, by the way. They can spit fireballs, because demon magic, I guess. I don't entirely know. It's just something they do. Yeah, pathing does not help as much as I remember it doing. Okay, I can't turn the light off on the way up. Watch out for death that way. Okay. I'm assuming that was just a warning that there's a pit there. And there's a demon on the other side, which is not great. Cool victim leggings. Jump that way, maybe? Or are they telling us that there was an escape this way? I don't know. It might also have been don't fly off that side. That's also a valid interpretation of what that message was. 111. Freaky blue stuff. Freaky red stuff. Freaky dead stuff. Ah, he got me through the edge there. I was hoping he'd clip the machinery there and bounce. I suppose that'd be too much to ask for, huh? There we go. As you can see, those are nowhere near the threat they were when we first started. They're still dangerous as all hell, but nowhere near as bad. The key being, you know, as usual, don't let them touch you. Oh yeah, this stuff is bad news. I think if you hit it, bad things happen. Which is why I'm gonna heal and demonstrate. Or, no? Nothing bad happened? Huh. What do you know? Since it was causing a status effect being near it, I figured if I broke it, it was gonna burst into that status effect and screw my whole day up. Turns out I was wrong. This doesn't seem right. This seems bad. Hmm. Oh. Jump that way. Yeah, that seems about right. Oh. Surprise! Tool victim crown. Key to Dargest Tower. I want to say if we went the other way first, we would have found the door we needed that key at. Not sure, though. He's just hanging out down there. He sees us. He knows I'm here. He's not happy that I'm up here. What a shame for him that he can't get me up here. There's a staircase there. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. All good spotting information. I think I'm gonna have to come down from here now, though. So, whata? Not the way I meant that to work. I was supposed to land on that ledge and then drop from there so I wouldn't die. That is an inconvenience. I'm also pretty sure there's supposed to be more music than just that. Oh wow, really? We're right here, huh? But as you can see, this is a much more advanced ghost now, since we have much more gear to work with. Like, it's actually hard to hurt. And knows how to use moves. Thankfully, still doesn't stand up to slicey, 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 slicey. So does that mean our corpse is actually somewhere near here? Was I trying to drop back down to an area that I'd already been? That would be very upsetting, but also unsurprising. I got too caught up in my own animations there. Oh, look at you actually using a combo for a change. God damn. This one's actually being troublesome. Just die. Oh, damn you. We're in trouble, actually, here. This is bad. Yep, that's what I was afraid of, is he was gonna catch me with the really long sweep. Because I misread that. I thought he was doing the vertical swing. Which is why you saw the back dodge, then the side. And I unfortunately didn't have stamina to do any more dodging after that. So we kind of got swindled there a little. But, you know, these things happen. Worried for a second there that it wasn't going to load. I'm gonna try for something for a second. I feel like there's supposed to be more music than this. Nope, now there's even less sound. So that's not the problem. We'll go back to that then. There we go. The push worked for a change. The reason why I have surround on is because the stuff I have is capable of virtual surround, and it does seem to be working with this. So I've been kind of just letting that go and seeing how well it works out. But I was worried that something had bugged with it. But as far as I can tell, it's about the same either way, so doesn't much matter. Yeah, I figured. I saw your sneaky little trap hole there, buddy. There's the fish lane again. Let's see about getting past these demons again. You show that ground. On the bright side, we're making a lot of money killing these guys over and over again. So there's that. There's only one now? I mean, I'm not complaining, but I'm confused. The storm is over now, so I guess that one was only here because of the storm. And we'll never figure out where I died before because... Oh, that's right. The one area that was blocked off by, like a boss gate is only there during the storm. I remember that now. So I remember being confused by that all those years ago. Like, wait, where'd that door go? Because it was right here. Or it was blocked off. But you'll notice it no longer is blocked. Ow. That's not to say this area isn't hostile as all hell. It absolutely is dangerous lands here. Because there's so many of these guys all over the place. Wasn't there 3 of them? Yeah, he's still hanging out in his room. Did I just walk in that man's room and stab him a lot? Sure did. Door. This is why I pointed out the wall that looked like this before, because there's a lot of these that'll do that. Boom, ba-la-ling. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I guess. Yeah, you can also find these from the inside. So I think this is the area with all the fish we were in before. Or this is just another dark room full of evil murder fish. One or the other. Now this is a different room full of murder fish. Where does this lead? Ah, to the other breach in the area. Convenient. Bow. Infinity. Stuff. Healing. Fighting. Oh, yeah. I'm assuming the infinity symbol is them trying to tell us that that area loops. That would make the most sense to me. Bone, why are you freaking out? Okay, it's just the same thing. I am using the dagger a lot still, so I feel like I should keep my reflex moving up alongside everything else. Like I said, we're probably going to be advancing mostly balanced, just kind of leaving cognition behind for the most part, since that's the thing I used the most last time. Not that it was the last time any of y'all would have seen, but I knew. I know. So. There we go. This way our reflex and our strength are reasonably even. Ah, there we go. That's how I do that. Oh, it's just a 6% health bonus attached to this. Okay. Yeah, and I look at it on this screen. Okay. Yeah, right now we've got 150 bonus with reflex. Now we've got backstab. Not gonna lie, I feel like the health influx really doesn't mean that much. His 6% on 107 just means 6 health. Before we go too far, since we're in a safe spot at the second, though, I'm gonna get up for a moment. So I will be quickly running an ad and all that good stuff, and I'll be right back. You won't miss anything. Okay, once more into the breach. Quite literally in this case. I suppose we should jump off here and have a look around. Yeah. Every time I make jumps like that, I really think something's gonna go horribly wrong. Because I jumped too far. I don't know what to do with these. I know there's something you can do with them. Because they're around for a reason. They're either like a marker of where demons will be when the time is right, or there's something you can use on them, or break them. Something. I remember looking it up once upon a time and then never investigating it again. You shot me through that wall, you jerk. This is why you don't have organs anymore. You lost your organ privileges. Either the instrument or the internal ones. We've been here before. There's corpses. Oh, this just looped back around to the door we saw that I didn't take after stabbing that guy. Okay, I understand where we are now. Somewhat. You gotta be quicker on the draw than that, buddy. What? Aha! I knew I heard a fireball. And we had seen this underneath area from where we were before. The firearm conductor. Well, he left. Okay. I suppose that's the catch to being a flying fish, huh? Is you don't really have much attachment to the ground until you leave it. Oh, what a shame for him. What a shame. Ooh, more prizes. We are making so much money just skulking around here, me and my knife. We went in there already. We didn't go this way. Except we did. Oh, right, this is the secret door that started that whole path. Ooh, I remember that weapon. We'll address that in a second. Anybody else want some? No? Good. Now let me look at my items. Wasteland Saber, though. Primarily reflex weapon. This rusted saw blade wrapped in medical bandages is a puzzling sight to behold. How could such a weapon have found its way onto Iridnovo? This weapon inspires a furious fighting style and pulls the wielder into a deadly dance. I remember liking this weapon. I don't remember actually sticking with it. Because I believe I was more focused on other weapons at the time. But I'm happy to have found that again. Something's making weird noises. I think it's just that. Also, there's a demon over here now. And I don't appreciate that. I need to do something about that. Oop, hang on. He managed to ding me and I'm upset about it. That's right, you dinged me. Now get dinged in return. Ding, ding goes your bell, you bastard. Oh, he's just slowly getting away. You get back here. I'll actually hold that thought. There's a button. Ministry credentials required. Help. Apparently I had sufficient ministry credentials to read people's messages, but not enough to open a door. And yeah, you'll notice the backstab effect kicking in there because when I was hitting him from behind, we were doing double damage. Which against a slow target like those demons, fantastic. bum, 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 bum. Illumina. That was one of the things on the list for that message about Sun District that we saw before. Somebody made a blood smear there. Oh, we've looped back to where we started now. Okay. Still don't know what that means. Yeah, this place has definitely seen better days. A little bit of paint, though, and it'll probably be fine. We can get this place back up on a good old auction site in no time. The Arisen coat and the Arisen robe. Okay. A garment worn by the congregators of the Arisen Dominion. Can I wear these and blend in enough to, like, sneak into the Arisen Dominion? Probably not. Feel like I'm just wearing a hoodie, and out here, that seems like a bad idea. It's also terrible defense, so let's not say we did. It's also somehow heavier than armor. That's how heavy that cloth is. I'm sure if I asked one of those Arisen people, they'd probably be screaming about the weight of sin and all that stupid nonsense. Huh? I heard you. Knock, knock. There's probably somebody up there. Knock, knock. Anybody home? Oh, you're home. Not for long, though. And that's why you don't do those silly jump attacks. Your opponent will just step to the side and watch as you plant your face and your knife in the floor. Another Illumina. Oh yeah, this is the place where they said, hey, death's down there. Don't go that way. Death. Oh, that doesn't seem great. Oh yeah, that's not great. You know, I really thought they were gonna, like, gas me in here with how much they were freaking out about death being down here. This really isn't that bad. Just a couple dudes. Just some free Illumina. I'm really not impressed. Beep. Anyway. Now, you might be wondering, we already have a railgun. Why would anybody want a second one? And, well, that's both a good question and not at the same time. It is a good question in that it is a little silly when you think about it that way. But when you consider the fact you can put different modifiers on these, that's where it starts to make sense. This is a game where there's very rarely a reason not to heal. Is you could always just recharge your healing by murdering some more. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish charging the familiarity on the knife, and then we'll start working on the glaive. Ooh, foresight increases weapon efficiency. So now, based on our foresight, we get a little bit of scaling there too. Nice. That makes me very happy. Wait, there's something else there. Oh yeah, it was just the defense of the weapon. There's only 2 more levels left on this knife. And if I remember right, if you max it out, you also get some benefits, but only for the weapon itself. It's not actually like Nostalgia or anything where we were gaining permanent benefits from getting memories. I do appreciate that you get a different sound effect when you're actually getting those backstabs, though. Makes it very easy to tell that it's working, even if you can't tell the front and back of something properly. Which some enemies, I'll definitely tell you, I don't know the front from the back. And hiya! Damn it. Oh yeah, it makes blood spurts when you step on the body bags. It's not great. I am curious what the point to this is. Like, obviously people have written those messages, but the game put a ledge here for a reason. Yeah. I didn't actually get any sprint going that time. I don't know what the point to climbing up here is. It might just be like an enemy avoidance platform. There we go. Oop. Well, piss. I'm willing to bet none of these signs are going to be enlightening at all. I'm just being stubborn. Oh, to hell with it. I think we all knew that that was only going to last so long before I gave up on that idea. Considering it was known not to have any mechanical benefit. And for anybody wondering, yes, we did loop again. Because we're back at that secret door again. Just not entirely sure where I'm meant to be right now. Since we're missing the ministry credentials. So I'm trying to remember / figure out where said ministry credentials are. And along the way, since these guys are respawning, I'm just kind of idly slicing through them while I'm thinking. Keeping the streets clean and getting us extra points. Well, there's the barricade again. Yeah, I think different parts of this area get barricaded off at different parts of the day. This one, I think, is always barricaded, actually. Because the Arisen Congregators are where we get the ministry credentials from. But as you can see, they're dangerous. They're very dangerous. Just got obliterated. This might be one of the handful of instances where I might actually want to put on a shield just to block the magic. But I don't know how well rolling away from that magic's gonna go. Because I'll give you a hint, willing to bet it's not gonna go great. Just gonna go out on a limb and be like, yeah, that's probably not ideal. The good news is we're not far from where we died. Yeah, we can use the Sun Bulwark, which will block most things. And in the case of using the knife, we don't actually lose much by having this in our hand, because all we lose is the push. That more often than not doesn't work anyway. You know what? That looked cool, so I'm happy enough that that happened the way it did. Cut it out with your fireballs right now, young man. Let's see, we passed this going this way when we encountered them. Because we went around this corner, we went past here. I think they were literally just like right down here. Yeah, there it is. Like I said, not a far trip to get to them. Yeah, I am not memeing when I say these guys are incredibly dangerous. They have numerous ranged attacks that do a good bit of damage. They've got some spooky magic on top of that. Their melee attacks are powerful. Like, everything they have is super mean. The staff guy, as you see there, teleports. Thankfully, his magic leaves him very vulnerable to backstabbing. And I don't think we're gonna get lucky and have these guys phase out of reality like the Displacer Beast thing did. That was a very bad place to get stuck. Oh, he clipped me with that, and we're dead. Dang it. Blech. This fight has the typical 2-on-1 problem. Is if you focus one down, you're more than likely going to get mauled by the other one from another angle. What I should have probably done, since we were going to be using the shield and being kind of cagey, is I should have used the sword instead. Though it doesn't seem like the shield actually made that much of a difference. The shield blocked a couple blasts, but didn't really, like, fully stop them from hurting me anyway. And I was starting to get the right angling to strafe around their blasts enough anyway. So I think the idea might be just kite around and go in with the heavy sword swings. Since the double advantage to the sword is I don't have to stick around as long to do a bunch of damage. Because, you know, one hit from the sword does as much as a handful of hits from the knife. Especially if I do a heavy attack. And the other part of it is the sword generates more energy. So I can generate more healing power. Actually going to go down here for a second. Because what I can do is cut through these fish and get some more of my energy back right quick. As long as I'm not stupid, I can clean through them pretty clearly and easily. And more bones. I don't really think I need bones, but can't hurt to have more bones. Oh, time to get our butt kicked again. I have another effect. Oh, I get a stamina regen buff from the upgrade on the sword now. Perfect. Okay, Bald and Balder, bring it on. Do 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 do. Yeah, just gotta be mindful that their shots can pass through walls. And ironically enough, one of their most dangerous moves is when they come sprinting at you to kick you in the face. I really thought that he wasn't going to be able to track that quick. That one's on mate. I thought his shots were going to take their time tracking around a little bit, but I think they didn't start firing, so they didn't slow down yet. That might have been fine if I had already still had the extra charge for my healing. But mistakes were made. Okay. On the way there, we'll use the knife, so I don't waste as much health. Because the knife's better at holding enemies in place than the sword is. Since it's, you know, constant. Well, bye, Mr. Fish. Enjoy hell, where you belong. The problem is, while your healing is charged completely, you can't generate more charge. It's when it's full, it's full. You can't expand past full to have like an overcharge or anything. Game, it'd be great if you picked that up. Thank you. Whoa, he wanted to kick me in the face for that, huh? Whoa! I was slightly stuck, and that was very terrifying. You do not want to be trapped in a corner with a giant golden bald man. Get out of here with your magic triangle. They almost screwed me real good there. Oh, him being up there is bad. Him being up there is very bad. That's a very good angle for him to fire at me from, and I don't appreciate that. You might be thinking I'm getting real stupid and greedy. That's because I'm trying to finish one off so I can hopefully make some ground. Because I thought if they got down to half health, one would go down. But he hasn't died yet, and they're past the half mark now. There he goes. No, he's not dead. He just fell. Eep. Eep. Woo. Really thought they had me for a second there. Nope. No ball of pain, please. There we go. One down. Ah, he shot me through the wall. Cheating bastards. That was going so well. What I was gonna do for after getting rid of the orb guy is I was gonna switch to the knife, get behind the mage, and rip him a new one. Because we learned that worked last time. Problem is, I think he gets a little faster once his friend goes down because the game understands that it can get away with that, so it starts making him more aggressive to compensate for there only being one. That plan works, though. Just kiting around and chopping works. I want to see if something worked. No. Okay. I either need to change the amount of lines it needs before that works, or I didn't actually activate it properly. Is there supposed to be an automated message making the link tree pop up as well? And as you might gather by the fact that there's no message about the link tree in the chat right now, it's not working. So I need to make an adjustment to that before tomorrow. Not because there's a time limit before tomorrow, but because I would like it working sooner rather than later. God damn it. I thought he was gonna go for the jump again. Well, so glad I've already wasted a bunch of health. This is gonna go great. Also, can I just say that I'm kind of mad that in 3 hours I've gotten farther than I did in like 6 hours of playing this before? Though then again, you know, sometimes co-op isn't a benefit for making a game go faster because you spend a lot of time fucking around instead. God damn it. I heard it go off, but I had already started the swing by that. Really? He just went all out with that time, huh? He just started spamming multi-shot over and over again. That's the thing about this fight that makes this a pain, is if he just starts laying into you with the multi-shot over and over again, there's not really much you can do. You just end up wasting a lot of time dodging it, or you eat shit and die. Those are the two choices you have at that point. And as you might imagine, I'm not the purposely eat it and die type most of the time. Oh, and as a little fun fact, these load times are with it being on a solid state drive already, so it ain't getting any better than that. Just in case anybody was wondering about that one. The load times were much worse. His load times only really started to get very, very fast in the past few years, in my experience. A lot of the time they would be like this, really. There's a little bit of a load and then it's done. Which really still isn't bad. Guess who forgot this jerk existed? Because he was too busy trying to decide how he wanted to handle what came after this. There we go. We've got like a third of another meter this time. I could go back to where those other standing guys are, smack them around and get my meter back up. Might be worth trying. As long as I'm not stupid, these guys aren't a threat. Because I can just do that. No. That thing you're doing, no. Okay, that should be enough of a meter for us to recharge the rest before it takes too long during the fight. Like, I should have the majority of it back before they do serious damage, is the idea. I don't think the strength conductor actually helps much in this fight. But turning it on makes me feel better. Really, you're just doing that again, huh? I suppose that makes sense for preventing me from going in on him. Really, just doing that again, huh? Okay. Isn't this fun? Running away from 1,000 tiny death arrows? Like, I think it is actually a positioning attack. Like, he will fire it when you're in certain positions relative to him. Also, that was, like, the luckiest layout for that I could have had, because they were both together, so I could hit both of them. And really move that meter along. Yep, he's warding his friend by doing the multi-arrow. Yeep. I'm so glad I just heard that and reacted instead of checking to figure out what was going on there. Ow. You shitter, doing that again. What keeps nicking me? Ow. Well, that one obviously hit me. Cut it out with that. You little bitch. Getting real tired of your antics right now, man. Like, it had gotten old a long time ago, and now it's just annoying. Really? That counted as hitting me? I really thought that was gonna knock him down. That's why I went for it. Woo! Ah! I saw the shots coming, went to dodge. Stamina was empty. Sad. That was a good fight. That actually almost went where I needed it to. We're getting it. We're getting it. Couple more tries and I think we'll have it. I just need to not get greedy. And I know I say that a lot, and then I don't do it. But that doesn't make it any less true. Just like it's no less true that these hiccups are annoying. Also, I really should stop jumping off of there, because every time I jump off of there, I take chip damage and make myself look like a jackass. And I certainly don't need any help with that department. Case in point, this situation. Oh, no wonder. It's storming, so they're more aggressive as well. Is stronger. Which also means fighting the two guys is probably going to be a really bad situation right now. But guess who's going to go do it anyway, because he doesn't really have a choice. I'll give you a hint. It's the guy who is walking to his death right now. Well, we got enough of the meter back that we should be okay. The worst part about this is I don't know if they got any stronger from the storm. Logic denotes they wouldn't. If anything, they might actually be weaker, if I'm lucky. That is wishful thinking, but I can dream. I mean, if you want a piece of this, I'll give you a piece. Ow. That was not the piece you were supposed to have. Ooh, that was an interesting exchange where no one hit anyone out. What? I couldn't move for a split second there for some reason. I don't know if he actually, like, staggered me when he hit me, or if the game just shit the bed for a second. All I know is I hit dodge twice and only got one of them, and then I died. And I had half a stamina bar, so I can't even say, oh, I must have run out of stamina that time. Nope. So, funny thing, by the way, I'm realizing that as I'm getting agitated, I'm pedaling on my little under-the-desk bike faster. Like, I'm apparently sending that energy into my feet. Which is not a bad thing, if you think about it. Play a Souls-like and get the strongest legs in the goddamn world before the end of it. Hack! I'm just in full anger pedal mode, apparently. I think at this rate, just having that slight missing health is better than using that up. Provided I don't do it bad with the timing. Piss off with your triangle. There we go. There's the knockdown that'll help. Well, it would have helped if I hadn't immediately wasted it getting hit by the other guy. There's some weird shenanigan when he does that forward-facing triangle. Occasionally I'm just getting hit by I don't know what. Because he's not facing me when he's hitting me with it. I got screwed because I was in a bad spot. Like, that's my own fault that I went over there, but I also was getting hemmed in there by the shots they were using. So I didn't really have great other options. I think that's genuinely half the problem of this fight, too, other than the fact that it's 2-on-1, is the layout of that room gets you stuck very easily. Which is, you know, by design, but I don't have to be happy about it. It is worth keeping in mind what the game just told us, too, about sprint attacks and such being stronger than regular attacks. You know, it would have been great if my character would have turned around. What? I don't even know what hurt me there. Like, I was standing here and I got injured. Huh. That is bizarre. Like, maybe that guy blasted me through the wall or something? That was just a stupid choice on my part to test a theory. Anyway. You fuck. Die for your sins. Alright, now I gotta go generate meter. God, their tracking is so annoying. This is gonna start getting into the anger loop here in a minute. Because we're just not making any forward momentum anymore. It's gonna take it just happening to be a good set of movement on my part. And them not doing the worst possible moves. Of course you went for the fast attack that time, you shitlord. There we go. That's the key to generating meter, apparently, is whack them with the overhead twice. Because while they're down, the only one that can hit them is the overhead. And it seems to generate the most meter as well. Going in there with half health is probably not a great idea, but I don't want to use up my only other heal immediately as well, because I can currently take a hit. So as long as I take that one hit and then heal, we'll be okay. Which is why they went for all the things that could kill me before I could do that. Immediately. Oh, he did the blasts. Son of a bitch. Well, strap yourselves in, kids. This is gonna be a long fight at this rate. This fucking guy. What? Did I just misinterpret my own move, or did I only roll part of the distance and then stop for reasons? Because I feel like I didn't go where I was supposed to there. So maybe I got bumped into by the other guy since he was running across that sequence? I don't know. Something went wrong there, and I can't really put my finger on it. Aside from the obvious of I died. This fight took a while to get through, though. I remember that. And that was with it being a 2v2 instead of 2-on-1. You... God... Ah. The fact that there's a storm right now that's causing extra fish... Like, I really don't care for the storm mechanic. I never have, and I never will. Is anything that makes the amount of enemies in an area inconsistent for these trips back to a boss fight just serves to make things aggravating most of the time. Like, I get it. It fits into the way the game works and everything well. I don't have a problem with that aspect of it. Just, it makes it inconsistent to know what you're getting into in areas. God, he's just spamming that shit again, huh? Look at this. How is one person reasonably supposed to keep ahead of all of that when it just happens to have both of them do that kind of move at the same time? And sure, you can make the argument that, sure, you can keep ahead of all of that, but you're also not going to accomplish anything. Yeah, I'm not trying to make the argument that it's impossible. I'm just saying that it just becomes such a wall of shit that it becomes really hard to get anything done. So it doesn't become a matter of play, counterplay. It becomes a matter of, oh, I guess I'm just gonna wait a minute and then I can actually do something, maybe, possibly. Oh wait, they're both spamming again. Yeah, I guess I'm not getting to do anything in this fight. There we go, there's the knockdown I wanted. Problem is, I can't capitalize on it because this guy's just in Gatling bullshit mode. Look at this. He did it 3 times in a row. How am I supposed to do anything when he's just sitting there doing that over and over again? You You get out of that cubby hole. Hey, you get out of there. Okay, he's dead. Oh, great. Now he's stuck in the wall. That's lovely. I don't think I can do anything to him until he teleports now. I think he's just stuck in there. Could you be so kind as to teleport before I die to random chip damage? Okay, at least he can get out. I also could not for the life of me lock onto him. Come on! Did anybody else see that stutter right as it flew at me? Because I did. Where it immediately changed direction as it was released. Even though it should have flown forward, it instantly cut to me. Keep getting so close and then screwed. You know what I'll say, though? This is still more of a fight than that stupid grinder fight in Nostalgaia. I still hate this less. Because at least this is a fight. I actually am learning a way to deal with this fight, and it feels like there's a dynamic there, instead of, oh yeah, you just have to somehow not get mauled by the blob of enemies long enough to make this work. I just feel I had to bring that up, considering... Yeah, he just attacks too quickly for that to work. I was hoping to just pressure him hard enough that I could just knock him down straight away. I misinterpreted the sound there. I thought he was doing one of the big attacks that would take a minute. Nope, he was summoning the bullshit orbs again. That is the only move in this fight I hate, because I feel like that just is way too much for a double fight in a small room. If it would actually properly collide with objects, I wouldn't care as much about it, because I could then counter it by being behind something. But no, it just phases through objects randomly too, so it's bad. Okay, the other fish is gone now. The one time I think to look for him. Oh no, he's right there. Fuck you, game. Now it's just down to the point of the game's lying to me. Yeah, you know, don't do your whole startup animation for that attack. Just hit me. Fucking yay. Oh, the joys of Souls-like games. This is the part people apparently like. And I still don't understand that. But I think that's just one of those, I'm not the type of person that's made for, and that's why that'll never make sense to me. So I would genuinely be interested to hear somebody defend that attack as being a good move in a fight like this. And just to be clear, as usual, I'm not complaining about it because it doesn't make the fight easy. Because I'm not asking for the fight to be easy. I'm just asking not to have to take twice as long in a fight just because they want to keep spamming one move over and over again. God damn it. Come on down from there, you bastard. And this is the other reason why this move is a problem. Is because he can also go into other moves while it's happening. This shit is stupid. Hey, no, 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 no. You come back down here, you fuck. I straight up can't hit him up there. Like, there's nothing happening in this fight until he comes down from there. I almost feel like I had a better chance of hitting him while he was stuck in the wall before. Oh, for God's sake. He's trying to wear me down now and make me bored of this fight enough that I make a mistake. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. No. No more of this. This fight is ending. Die! Oh, that was the Arisen Dominion credentials, not the Ministry credentials. Well, that's fine. It gets me somewhere that isn't here. Woof. After that, clearing these guys out is a relief. Also, look at how many actions I got out of that. We have 20,000 after dealing with those two. I also seem to recall some very bad news pertaining to the Arisen Dominion once we get there. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. That seems bad. Where did this ghost me come from? Die! He must have been stuck up there somewhere this entire time. They tried to jump me with me. All because I looked at my phone for a half a second. They tried to jump me with a clone of myself. Good Lord, this game just never stops trying to be a dick. The more important thing than the Arisen Dominion credentials, at least at the second, is we have access to more of this area. What's the point to this little cubby room? There's gotta be like a secret door in here, right? This would be such a stupid room otherwise. I say fully expecting this to be a stupid room. Yep, this is just a stupid room. Okay, very good. There's a tiny bit of delay on my footsteps. So you hear your footsteps just like the smallest amount after you stop moving, and that keeps screwing with me. That's why you see me sometimes just stop and look around after I stop. So I keep hearing the footsteps after I stop, and I'm like, who's following me? And you might say that that's paranoid, but considering a ghost me just came raining out of the ceiling randomly, I feel like I'm justified in being paranoid when I'm carrying so much money in my pocket. It's kind of like walking through a bad neighborhood with a $500 bill in your pocket. You're just asking for trouble and you know it. I think this is that elevator we saw before that we still can't use. Oh, good news, everyone. That elevator sucks. Ration. Axions. Oh yeah, I think we can actually use this. Can I jump over this railing? Sure can. Yeah, that'll take us somewhere. But before we do that... Actually, we might not even have the credentials to go wherever that takes us. Brain. Brain was thinking a thing. Since when did we have enough reflex to use this? Oh! We gained a reflex bonus from our glaive. I thought something was up with that. I was like, wait, I didn't have enough reflex before. Yeah, we technically are gaining 2 points of reflex from the glaive now. But as soon as we swap off of that, we lose that. So basically, it wouldn't allow us to use that weapon. Just in case anybody's like, why isn't he gonna switch to the thing that he can use now? I can't. Okay, this is where we just were. So I jumped off like a crazy person instead of just walking around a corner. That's shockingly not news. This is the stupid room. Okay. Just making sure I know the lay of the land before making any rash decisions further. I say, knowing full well I've already made the rashest decision I could have, where I nearly chucked myself down a hole. Okay, no, it was just the outline that made those look different. Yeah, we can't actually use these tool victim chests because we don't have enough foresight. Oh, that's why the stats on the nerve suit torso are so bad. We don't have any cognition, so we can't actually wear it properly. That makes a lot more sense, actually. Because it was kind of wild to me that the nerve suit was so terrible. Oh yeah, we also have the upgrade for the Wasteland Saber. Which actually, we have enough to make that. I think. Actually, we might be a little short on Incelium. One would be ill-advised to consume this ration in its current state or its original state. It does look a little moldy now. A little bit moldy. Now let's see if this takes us somewhere. Transit system is offline. Welp. Good for me. Great news that I came all the way down there for nothing. Nearly broke my legs for nothing. All of this for nothing. This looks an awful lot like a place where somebody would turn the transit system back on, but it looks like everything here is non-functional. So that's not ideal. This seems like a dumb idea. Especially while I'm carrying 22,000 on me. But I believe... the scary part is this jump. Okay. Please tell me this goes somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna take my armor off for this one. Okay. Because that one seemed turbo sketchy without sufficiently reduced weight. Seems bad. Not bad? Door. Back to the archaeology. All right. Yeah, the black hole hour occurs every time both rings of the clock are aligned. What secret may it reveal? This totally isn't spooky or incredibly deadly or dangerous at all. It isn't very upsetting that there's just a bunch of death pits immediately. The elevator is now online. Select floor, 3rd floor or 2nd floor. 10% of data gathered. You're just getting started. Stay safe and good luck. Was this the elevator we were at before? That don't look familiar. Oh wait, yeah, it's this side. This is where we were before. This is why I had the... This is why I stabilized this breach in particular, because I remembered that when we were done in the Sun District, or at least done enough, we would come back here. Just in case that tool armor is actually worth anything, we'll go ahead and up that. And then we'll up our strength a hit and our reflex a hit. There went all of that money. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be that good. It's good against Nihil. But other than that, it's useless. But I wanted to see what the actual numbers on it were. And again, I'm pushing Foresight up so that we can actually use magic once we finally find something that uses it. We can use the Wasteland Saber now. Just so people will see this one. It's got another vertical swing. Basically, it's the equivalent of a curved sword versus a straight sword in like Dark Souls and such. It's got a similar move set with just a slight variation to it. I'm gonna finish off the Officer Glaive and the knife just to see what the final bits of both of them are, because it might be something ridiculously good. But I am going to make sure to get the Wasteland Saber prepped up to be useful as well. Oh yeah, and this is the reason why you actually want to have multiple railguns, is you can actually dual wield railguns. And that loses enough physical defense that's terrible. How much in the way of consumable axiom am I sitting on? Fair bit, actually. So we're gonna go back to the observatory for two reasons. One, to do some gear upgrading, and two, to go to the place we gained the credentials for, the Arisen Dominion. Do I want to go to the Arisen Dominion? Not especially. Do I feel like it's important to go there? Kind of. I'm pretty sure that's one of those places we have to go to. What options do I have for this right now? I have a second strength melee conductor. Okay. Let's not do that yet for the same reasons we didn't do it for the antiquated one, because we have the resources theoretically available to upgrade it. But first, let's dismantle these tool victim parts and garbage like that. Because that's easy in Cilium. Process all of this. Do we have enough? We need 100 more in Cilium, and then we'll be in business to upgrade the... Oh! I have used that. I recognize the Shredding Saber. Now that I see it like that. Not actually sure what to get rid of, though, to get the last bit. Yeah, we need thermal steel for that. We need hard glass that I still don't have for that. Though I think the knights drop hard glass. Give me one sec. Just gonna reply to this while it's still at the front of my brain. Which, honestly, I wouldn't be using that shield anyway. Okay. The only reason I'm hesitating to, like, get rid of things that I'm not using is because just because I'm not using them now doesn't mean I won't use them later, but I think I'll get rid of the Arisen armor because I'm not going to use it. Like, that's just bad armor, so that I think I'm happy enough to get rid of, even though I'm never going to get another copy of that. Well, I suppose there's a world in which we do actually get another copy of that, potentially. So, I won't worry about it. So, did I do it? I did. Okay. Yeah, now it's a bit more of a mixed weapon. We once again can't use it, though. Because we now need more reflex than we have again. And I think... Yeah, because we're at 9 with the saber. Yeah. So that's once again going to be temporarily dead-ended. Just gonna have it beep angrily at me. Another thing that would be good to do, though. Consume all of this. There's even a select all button that I should have used in the first place. But now we go over here and we start upgrading the conduits. The conductors, rather. Oh. I don't actually have enough still. Right. But it says that the... Okay, no, it... Yeah. Confusing UI is confusing. Because the cost of the bottom right there is actually the cost of the upgrade after the one I'm looking at, I think. Which is why I was able to upgrade both of those to +2. Ooh, just fine. So now they're both a bit stronger. Which should help us deal with issues we'll be running into. Bear with me while my brain reboots. I need to go backwards now. That's the arcology. Is this how we got here? I do remember stairs being involved, as I looked around and then climbed all the way down. Yeah, I think this is how we got in. No, this isn't, but this has things. Or refined carbon. I have no idea where I'm going now. Ooh, 3,000. Take that. Whee! Imagine if that little hop down killed me. That would have been just so upsetting. Gallery is closed. It's my observatory now, so unclose the gallery. Oh yeah, if you wanted a better look at this whole sequence here, by the way, this is probably the best look you're gonna get at it. At the black hole that everything is going into. And potentially a lot of things are coming out of. And the wreck that this place is kinda right now. You know, I feel oddly pulled towards it when I'm looking at it like that, so I'm just gonna stop staring at it before I jump off. Before the intrusive thoughts win. I think we can get to those items. Yeah, we sure can. Mind vessel unknown. Well, that's actually a very important thing to have scooped up. Careful there, there's holes. Turn the light on so I don't fucking fall in a different pit that I don't see because it's dark. Yeah, this is why it's important that you actually search the whole observatory, because you actually find a bunch of things in here. Still a bunch of parkour left to do over there, apparently, to get those two. Now, I don't entirely remember what the deal with that mind vessel is, but I think I have an idea what to do there. We'll just figure that out after we're done trying to gain access to these other things that are over here. Also, I think it's actually, like, totally safe to have tried to cross that without jumping, now that I look at it. As long as I don't run in this part here, where I'd fall down the middle. And I'm presuming currently that I need to go down a floor to get to those other items. And no, I'm not feeling brave enough to try to do a hook jump, like jump out and come back to get there. Just in case anyone has any dumb ideas like that. I already had the dumb idea, and no, I'm not doing it. One of them should be right over here, I think. No, this is too far over, isn't it? Or is it right around... Yeah, there it is. Huh. Well then. Actually... I think then, actually, if I climb up there and just hop off the edge, we might land there. Because there doesn't seem to be an entry point into there otherwise. So, dumb idea it is then. The problem's gonna be figuring out exactly where that is in alignment with everything else. There's also a golden thingy over there. Neat. Oh yeah, you can actually see the ledge below us, so that is safe. Carbon scraps, okay. There's a safe landing here. Okay. For those wondering why I haven't put my armor back on, I don't know where else I'm gonna need to parkour like an idiot, so... And it's not like we're threatened here, so... I'm holding off on putting it back on till I'm sure I don't need to just take it right back off again. Now, the golden thing that was over here has my attention as well. So bear with me while I continue to run around in here to figure these things out. No, that's just apparently fire. That's disappointing. Not often you'll hear me be disappointed by fire, but that right there is some fire that I had no need or any interest in. I think we might have scooped up all the rest of the things in the upper areas now. Yourself. Yeah, I think that fire was there just as a bait. Like, ha, some idiot's gonna jump down there looking for loot and break his legs. Yep, there we go. That's the area back to the embassy. And we should actually be able to fight those knights now, since we could hurt them with just our pipe before, and we have much better gear now. We should actually be able to fight them on a relatively even playing field. They're still going to be super dangerous. But I think we can beat them now. We'll check in while we're here. Insufficient data. Piss off. Fair enough. And touch this breach on the way, just to make sure that it actually acknowledges... Oh yeah, we could have just warped here. Right. Oh well. I forgot that that was one of the few auto-stabilized ones. If anyone's wondering, the idea is I'm gonna try to slip up behind him and then just jack him up before he knows what's happening. Since they move very slowly. I think it'll be aware enough to catch me in the act on the way there, but I'm hoping for the best on this one, really. Just run up on him, just jack him up. There we go. And you notice they're only worth 700. They're not... I think they are actually somewhat intended to be fought at the beginning. They're just really hard to fight at the beginning. Because they're so dangerous. They're completely beatable, obviously, but it just wasn't worth it to us at the beginning. Now we have access to the Arisen Dominion over here. You'll notice a lot of old golden men statues around here. And you might be starting to put together the problem with coming over here. Just go ahead and, you know, touch this breach right quick. For no reasons. No reasons at all. Solar Promenade. I want to say around here is where I stopped playing. Like, we had screwed around in here a bunch and then went somewhere else and then we stopped. These guys aren't the problem. Ow. These guys are upsetting, but they're not the problem either. No, they're part of the problem. We thank you for opening the gate to your dominion. For saving us, we give you our flesh and blood. That doesn't sound like a cult thing or a problem or anything. No. No, that seems completely fine. Beep. Oh, hi there! On the list of problems, he is definitely up there. But it, too, is not the problem. Well, it's one of the problems. But it's not the main problem. Because as you can see, at this point, we can dispose of those without it being too big an issue. Entropic Melee Conductor. Magic shit. Adds entropic damage based on foresight to a melee weapon. This seems out of place. There are more protests today at Tohosa Square as authorities struggle to maintain the fallout from the latest mass AI compound revelations. This historic scandal has led to many outbreaks of chaos in multiple cities across Alien. Mass AI development, a capital crime since 2067, has been a highly controversial subject and part of a hidden agenda of the recently established Sixth Council. You gain knowledge about mass AI. Hooray! Because, you know, we don't have any current discourse about AI happening or anything. No, we don't need to think about that at all. Nope. AI won't be a problem. Ever. Yes. This is science fiction. Yes. Oh, boy. You can see the tentacle of another one of the bad guys up there. Hmm. Do note the status effect that was building up very rapidly there. Okay, that affected me that time. Okay, that was a bad idea on my part. I wanted to have fun. I regret having fun. Foresight Channeler. There we go. We finally have a mind module of our very own. That's the thing I forgot to do. I forgot to take the unknown mind module to the place that said to insert a mind module. Yeah, this trades some of our physical defense for more foresight. As you can see, it raises our foresight to 10. Our physical defense is currently 38. Our physical defense went down by 7 in exchange for 1 foresight. I don't think that's worth it. Since we're not using our foresight at the moment, I don't think that's worth it. This overhead chop is so good. I never used this because I was always using a shield like a sucker. The stunning capability on it alone is very handy. Hey, isn't that guy familiar? Yeah, that's the problem with this area. Those guys become regular enemies here. Just let that sink in. The thing I had so much trouble with as a boss fight not long ago is now a regular enemy around here. I don't think they show up a ton in here, but they are more common than they have any right to be around here. Like, it's bad enough that these things show up in multiples around here. This is how we got here, right? So rather than going upstairs and dealing with those guys, let's go downstairs. Downstairs seems like so much better an idea right now. Especially since it leads back to the breach we were at before. Which I'm sure people can figure out the implications of that. Mostly the fact that I'm gonna have to go through those guys to get any further. Let's go and raise our health a little more. No, I don't think there's much point in that. Raise our reflex a little further, get a little closer to being able to use that saber. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here, try to fight these guys, and then we'll back up from here and go get the other mind module sorted out. Where was the other item that was up towards this way? There was an item lying around near where these guys were. Or did I grab that already? I guess I grabbed it already. There we go. He's acknowledged my presence now. Oh yeah, fun fact. It's a trap. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't this fun? One down. That got me enough to recharge my health. Stop that. Okay. So those two are dealt with. Now we can fight him on an even playing field. Because you notice his two puppies are still there, and he's got a friend on the other side of that fence. Yeah, come on down here where us mortals dwell, you freak. Thankfully, this one's not as strong as the boss fight version. Mostly, he's a lot more staggerable, apparently, which is fantastic. Okay, that's nowhere near as bad as the boss fight variant. I really thought he was going to be as strong again, which is why I was terrified. Getting through two more of these is going to be an issue, too. Let's see if he respawns. I think that's a good idea. Learning if he respawns. Mostly because I don't want to lose the 4,000 Axions I just got. Or apparently I might have to figure something out with that. Because I don't have enough. Well, piss. Can I find like a weenie enemy to go smack upside the head and get the money I need? Yeah, you know, that's a point. The rest of these guys didn't respawn when I touched the breach either. Huh. That's actually a very good point. Hmm. Now, wait a damn minute. There wasn't a barrier there a second ago. I mean, on the bright side, that means they stay in there. The downside is I don't know why there's a barrier there. You know what? Fine, let's figure that out, shall we? Oh. Oh, this is just a really small room to fight a lot of bad in, huh? Okay. We are so fucked. Wow, that's just awful. That is just awful. Like, I couldn't even get a word in edgewise against that. So, about not wanting to lose that 4,000. I was not given a choice. This was a robbery I did not consent to, and that is not surprising. Okay, you respawned. He did respawn. Okay. No. Bad. Bad. They make the worst noises. Like, they make raspy, choky noises, and I don't appreciate it. Yeah, how's the sword looking at this point? Improved fighting skills deal more damage. Neat. Way to blow that up in your own face. Keep doing that. That's a great idea. I love it for you. Look at you go. Well, that happened. Just watched a man blow himself up multiple times. He didn't learn after the first time. Then again, he didn't have a head, so I guess, you know, learning kind of needs a skull. For a brain to occupy. Oh, hey, there's my ghost. That's where you jerks came from last time. Joke's on you, I snuck up on you this time. Psyllium Rod. Cheeky bastards. Bonk. 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 Well, on the bright side, that made me feel a lot better. Can I just get my ghost to come down here? Hey. Hey, ghost me. I see you waving at me. Fine, I'll deal with you first. Like, this is a bad duo to have to fight. Thankfully, they both have the same vulnerability of overhead chop. Overhead chop. Overhead chop. Overhead chop. Well, that actually felt really good. The biggest problem is our money is stuck behind that. The good news is we have more money this time, so we can get rid of this money before we lose it too. Oh, I did not notice that staircase till now. We'll look into that after we get rid of this 5,000. Does that mean I'm more than likely throwing 4,000 away? Yeah. Am I that interested in fighting the gob mob that's in there? Nah. There we go. Now the saber's usable. It's not really ready for prime time right now anyway, but it's usable. Looks like the bonus might have stopped as well. It's just sitting at 150. So I guess it's not a scaling, it's more you just get the full power of an item once you can actually use it properly. I feel like I learned that lesson before. And as with most lessons I've learned in these games, it has been promptly forgotten. I feel like these guys have had a lot of equipment grafted on them that they're really just ill-suited to using. Considering, you know, their main technique is falling on the ground at me. I assume that arm that's attached to them is just too damn heavy. Darkness is encroaching everywhere I look. What are we really doing here? The less I believe, the stronger the light becomes. I can't be a part of this anymore. I'm walking away. Good for you. I feel like it didn't work out for them, but good for them. Another breach synchronizer. Aha! Can't fool me. It's a pity I can't tip these statues over. That'd be really funny. Just, like, chop the ankles enough that they fall over and crush my enemies. That'd be great. This is lit up around the edges like it's a usable door, but I guess I have to use them from the opposite side. Which begs the question how I get to them. Or maybe I come down from above. We can use that synchronizer, though, to go back and put something in our saber now that we can use it. Because I feel like we're going to be here for a while, so a synchronized position here wouldn't be a bad idea. It's slightly inefficient because it's pretty close to the embassy one. But this means I don't have to run past those knights every time. This also gives me a chance to decide if I want to make some changes. Is the entropic melee conductor only adds 10 magic to this, but then it adds 75 from that. What I don't know is if I put it, say, on that. Since that already has the plus 10 from the progress it's been making, that might actually be more useful. As we go down 75 reflex bonus, but we go up 85. Actually, no, because we're going down 75 of that and then up. No? Because the green number's 85. But I don't know if that's green 85 because the total ends up being 85. Yeah, no, it would have to be. Need the total. But it doesn't cost me anything to do this, so I may as well test it. And then we can put the reflex conductor in here. Is the logic behind that is the simple fact that this doesn't need to attack faster. This already was attacking quite quickly to begin with. But now this has the benefit of attacking faster and costing less, which I think will work for it. Yeah, now it temporarily applies entropic damage to the weapon instead of speeding it up. But you'll notice that these check marks along the way are weapon-based, not conductor-based. You have to have a conductor in there for them to do anything, but the effect they have is based on the weapon it's attached to. Yeah, we get an extra swing in thanks to that. I don't entirely know if that's going to be worth our time to have. Like, I don't know if it's productive as a weapon still. I do know I'm upset that we still haven't found we haven't found any means of casting magic. And I feel like by now I should have found something. So I'm pretty sure I had something last time. But I've just missed all of the catalysts somewhere. But there's also a couple areas I haven't been to yet that I remember going to before getting to where we are now. So I feel like I've done things in a different order this time. Because of the double-edged sword of getting more and less lost at the same time. This thing over here, I think I can use that unknown mind module on. Yes, I can. Accessing mind vessel. Content, Renegade. Body envelope not found. Interface with Renegade? Sure. Waking up, Renegade. Subject stress critical. Administering sedatives. You are now speaking to Renegade. No, don't do this. No. Oh my. Is it already too late? Who are you? The author claims to have created me. The author, you say? So it's true. The project is much more advanced than I would have ever thought. So I suppose he gave you a purpose, or did he leave it for you to decide? Whatever you do, choose wisely. I know everything feels meaningless in a sea of infinite universes, but your choices will matter for all of us. All of us who are still alive, anyway. They were summoning beings, cosmic gods they called them. They needed a gate, so they authorized the project as a 20-year plan. They performed thousands of ceremonies and sacrifices in plain sight in order to gain everyone's consent. We were all part of it. We were such fools. Now they're here and we're their victims, their slaves, their toys. Oh Lord, I tried. Here's a bit of advice for you. They may be using the cover of accretion storms to leave the gates open. The storms occur twice a day at the western and eastern apexes of the station's orbit. I could never determine exactly what these gates do, but it definitely involves using the puncture to bring evil entities into this reality. So take refuge during the storms. You understand? Demons walk the streets during accretion storms. Oh, I'm so tired. My thoughts are in complete disarray. Please leave me be and be careful. Well, that's not what I thought was going to happen, but that was enlightening. So that was the memories of someone known as Renegade that we were able to interface with. I thought it was going to become another mind module. I thought it was like an identifier for mind modules. Turns out I was very wrong. Now, do I want to go back there and keep fighting? Do I want to try to go somewhere else, or do I want to stop for the day? I'm leaning towards stop for the day since we're approaching 5 hours. And it's not that I'm tired. At least not yet. But I don't know. We're hitting a point where this is gonna start becoming more problematic to get through. Yes, me. I just said that. Good lord, that's a large count of people. That... Nope, we ain't looking at that. Just saw a listing for a lethal company e-lobby that has a absurd number of people. Nah, I've got nothing I feel that strongly to go to today. So I think this might be one of those, this is okay not to raid days. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm gonna get pulled into some shenanigans in another couple hours anyway, so... It'll work itself out. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I may or may not see about doing this more tomorrow. It depends on how I feel tomorrow. This was kind of a out of the blue thing for me, because it hit me yesterday that I wanted to play this again to see if it was as rough as I remembered it being, which it very clearly has not been so far, which is kind of funny to me, is this build isn't that different than the build I had, aside from I cut the guns out of the build. Maybe the guns were the problem? I don't know. Maybe I'm just better these days. Which, I will say, I think I have gotten better at this kind of game in the past 2-3 years, so that would make sense. Point being, I'm still on the fence as to whether to try to get through all of this or not. And if I do a second stream of this, I feel like I'll be more committed towards that. If that makes sense. Which I'm not sure it does, but maybe it does. I don't know. And I'll try to get the Linktree thing fixed as well. Is there anything else I need to add? Oh yeah, as I said yesterday, tomorrow's stream is going to be the last stream of the year, so I may try to finagle doing something special to send the year off. I may just keep on keeping on, because in a lot of ways, one year is the same as the next, so that may be a thing in and of itself. But for now, for today, that's enough. Hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!